Take every one of those damn things down. Does he know Wesker was my father?
Resident Evil 6.
Hello everyone, hello and welcome. This is the Infinite Ammo Syndicate and welcome to this podcast discussion for 2012's Resident Evil 6, some 3 years after the release of the biggest selling Resident Evil game ever in Resident Evil 5 and a few spin-off titles. Capcom decided to have at it again with the main series, and we got this complicated title, I think is a fair way to describe it. We are being joined by many guests from across the globe to give their valuable insight and expertise in the situation, and Ren. And so we shall begin with well, I might as well start with Mr. Ren, our Lord and Savior. How are you doing?
Hello everyone. We're talking about Resident Evil 6 today. It should be a fascinating discussion considering there's a lot of discourse about this game as opposed to 5, but we'll get into it as time progresses.
All right, then we'll go down the list from there. So we'll start off with Mr. Drillbit Lester.
Yeah, hey everyone, pretty excited for this one. And good thing I had time off today to be able to do it.
Good stuff. Next up, we have Mr. Drew Marin.
Hello, hello. Can you all hear me?
Vaguely, yes. You're fine.
Hi. This is the first podcast. I'm here on this one, and I am really into Resident Evil, so I was like, I have to join the Resident Evil one as one of my first podcasts.
Fair enough. Good to have you, man. Next up is...
Thanks. Good to have. Thanks for having me. I stumbled there.
Don't worry about it. Next up is Ginge.
Hello. Looking forward to hearing everyone's opinions on this Resident Evil, because I agree it is a bit of a complicated game.
And next up we have Ryolu, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
It's Ryolu.
It was one or the other. It's coin flip.
Yeah, I've played Resident Evil 6 ages ago. I actually... Well, it's alright.
It's alright.
Yes.
Damn. Well, that's
Put that
the
as
most.
a subtitle.
Damned as faint praise.
I mean, I guess the most best description I'd give it is it's fun but flawed.
Fair enough. We'll definitely get there. Still to be joined as well by Silver Crystal from the Silver Gaming Network.
Hey there guys, Silver again, here to talk about the most, colourful of Resident Evil entries, so let's get into this. Thanks for having me again.
Right, and last but by no means least, Zam Zara.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me. Here to talk about some Resident Evil 6. It's been a while since I've played it. I'm actually looking forward to hearing everybody's opinions on it because I'm planning on playing it again soon. So, big fan of Resident Evil, as I think all of us here are. And I'm excited to see what everybody's take on this one is.
All right then. So, I suppose we'll start at the beginning. How did you guys come across Resident Evil 6? And ultimately, what drew you to the game? Did you see any trailers for it? Ginge, why do you give us a start here?
So I got the game pretty much on release, give or take a day or two. It was more of my friends were getting it, and I heard it was co-op, so I joined in with it. I don't remember seeing a lot of trailers or anything for it early on, like before getting it. And I didn't know how to feel about it. And then I had a bit of time away from it, went back and played it again about 2 years later, ended up really enjoying it. So it's a difficult one for me. But yeah, that's how I came across it anyway. Playing it with friends.
Good place to start.
For me, it was an interesting one because in some ways I have fond memories of finding this game initially and picking it up. For quick reference, I found it through. Oh, I saw a lot of the trailers that were bouncing around, and I saw some of Leon's gameplay, and I was like, okay, this segment when we're going through what looks to be like a university campus, this right here is looking pretty good. And I also suppose I fondly remember picking it up. The opinion will change drastically as we go through this podcast, fair warning. But yeah, I picked it up, and it was one of the first Resident Evil games. In fact, it was the first Resident Evil game I was old enough to pick up myself. So I made a conscious effort to go and grab it on release day, brought it home, and experienced it. And that is all I will say for now.
I guess I can go real quick. I think I was there from the very beginning when they revealed the No Hope Left trailer, and they sort of no, it wasn't a trailer. It was like just advertising all over the place because people were wondering like, what is No Hope Left? Why is it on each and every insignia in like certain places in real life, and what are they advertising? And then eventually I think it was leaked that it was going to be Resident Evil 6. So the first trailer came out and I thought it was pretty amazing. I really liked the dark setting of Leon still roaming around cityscapes, and I like the idea that Chris was also in this game and they were going to have an encounter. That's one of the first things that stood out, like when are they going to actually meet each other, and that was the big draw of the game. So I was excited at first, and then I actually played it and I feel like it was an alright experience, but there's things we're gonna delve into that I don't like about this game. Overall though, it was a big phenomenon coming off the heels of RE5. Pretty impressive, and I can't wait to like really delve into the combat and things like that.
I suspect I'm probably one of the odd ones out here. I didn't touch this game even remotely after it came out. I'd only just started my YouTube channel, I think about a year before this came out, and was of the idea I wanted to go through the Resident Evil games. So when 6 came out, I deliberately decided not to play the game. I deliberately decided to just ignore it as best I could, not get involved in any of the plot. So that eventually, some point down the line, I'd be able to play the game blind for the channel and record it. I didn't realize it would take me 7 years to do that. That's just kind of how it turned out, and it's weird. This game, for all its faults and bits and pieces and what I liked and disliked, it will hold a permanent memory for me now for the rest of my life. As I did record this ultimately with the help of my good friend CM Furry, who, as I mentioned in the previous podcast, died a couple of weeks or so ago. Who did great work with editing everything for us. It took us up nearly about 6 months to do the entire game from start to finish, get everything ready and rocking and rolling. So it was an absolute huge feat. So yeah, unfortunately, my thoughts of this game are going to be forever tied with that. For better or worse, haven't quite worked out yet. But that's kind of my backstory on it. Didn't play it for ages. Finally got to play it with a good friend, and that's how I'll probably remember it.
I could jump in, yeah. So, I, like you, Shadow, didn't play it right away. I played it maybe 6 years after it came out in 2018. I was doing a full series playthrough of the Resident Evil games on my Twitch channel, and I started at 0, just played through them chronologically as far as the games go. And I only did the mainline games. I didn't do any spin-offs or side stories, but
Oh, Code Veronica. Oh.
Code Veronica holds a special place in my heart, so I feel you.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Crisis averted.
yeah, crisis averted. So yeah, I ended up playing it after going through 5 again, and I think I'm one of the few that still really doesn't care for 5 very much. I don't really like it when Resident Evil goes that action route. While there are things about Resident Evil 6 that I do like, there's a lot that I don't like. But I think that the fact that it took me 6 years to play kind of gives you an idea of how I I felt about it from the trailers, from all the articles,
Its
and
length.
everything. Yeah, everything about it. It just took me forever to get to. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm on it. I thought the trailers were cool. It was kind of interesting to see it go on like a world scale, and I was cautiously optimistic about it, as I am most things that kind of change with series that I love. But yeah, this one I don't think turned out on the optimistic side.
Anyone else want to take this question before we move on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could take on.
Okay.
But yeah, funny enough is that I think it's because the first RE game I played was 4, and then jumped on to 5, and then I saw 6 was coming out and thought, oh, that's cool. I remember it was on. Didn't like it have a demo with Dragon's Dogma?
I don't remember this actually, but if it did, I
It
would be
did.
surprised. Interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I remember some people were saying, "Oh, why does Capcom have to lock the demo behind Dragon's Dogma?" So I think they did release it publicly anyway, so it's whatever. But yeah, I thought it was going to be really cool because you could play it as like you had like 3 different paths, and they were going back to more horror oriented. And yeah, it had me really excited. And honestly, I actually like the game despite its flaws. Although, yeah, it isn't perfect. But
It doesn't
yeah,
have to be, though. It doesn't have to be.
I always remember those trailers with Leon, like, that one where you shot the president. I was like, oh shit, that's pretty huge. And then, yeah, you could see shit was going down.
I was going to say, this was in the era as well of like all the Resident Evil CG films have been coming out. I think Damnation came out the same year as this, if memory serves.
Yes, I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, in terms of CG movies, I never went past like Degeneration, so I didn't
Probably for
keep
the
up with those.
best. Damnation was fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Anyways, anyone else?
Was the question
oh.
how we got into Resident Evil 6? Is that the question?
Yeah. How did you come across it? Did you play the series before? Was it your first one? God help you.
I, I'd have to give a little bit of context, but my first Resident Evil was Resident Evil 4, because I'm the type of person who I can't really jump into the middle of a series despite starting 4. But my friend was saying, oh, this is like a soft reboot in the sense you don't have to really know the previous games to enjoy 4. So I played that, and then I was like, I really want to know all the other stuff, and then I played 1 through 3, and then 5 was like the climax of the story at that time. And then so 6 for me was I wanted to see this entire series up to this point has been a building up Umbrella and Wesker, and then just finished it. So everything up to before 6 was, in my mind, the first saga. So for me going into 6, I was thinking, what's this new saga? What are they going to start to build up now? Who's going to be the villain of the series going forward? So when I played 6, I was hoping to see those elements in future games, which we didn't really see. But in terms of just starting the game, because I'm sure that what I was about to talk about would be relevant for later questions. But I got into 6 when it came out because I was on the hype train of just finishing the first arc in a smaller time frame than everyone else, because everyone else probably, or at least the fans probably, played it as they were releasing. And for me, I played like 4 when it came out, then everything up to 5, and then 5, all within that amount of a few years. And so I jumped into 6 thinking I was going to get even more. And well, what I got, we can talk about throughout this podcast.
Well, that's fair. Now, you bring up a really good point, actually, about like the whole kind of the plot shift. We will touch upon that later on. Don't worry about that. That's a really good point.
I do just want to. Oh, sorry, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. Like I said, I had imagined it. I mean, I love the idea of sagas and arcs, and that might just be because I was big into Dragon Ball Z when it came out, and I would go onto Funimation's website and be like, oh, the whatever saga, the Frieza saga, this saga, that saga. So the idea of sagas and the story they encapsulate and the villain that represents them, to me, I was like, all right, everything up to this point was the first saga of Resident Evil, with Wesker being the titular villain. Well, not titular because he's not in the title, but so I was looking forward to the next saga, you know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Just something I want to actually support Shadow with here as well. I have recently been playing this with one of my channel mods, and yes, I'm going to support what you said 110% here. Playing it with somebody else makes it a different experience and a more positive experience, which I will get into more detail as we go along. Just wanted to add that in.
Yes. That's fair, shame.
Definitely a nicer experience when you're playing it with somebody.
So sorry, could I just jump in? I'm sorry, I'm probably side noting here. Agreeing with the pair of you, playing with people, it does make it almost a completely different game, like feel of it. Like I said, I've played it with friends when I first got it, and then I had a bit of a break from it, and then I made more friends, and they hadn't played it, and I was like, oh, you gotta, and I'll play it with you, and I jumped in with it, and it was like I'd played it again for the first time, because it had been kind of so long, and it was so fresh again, and it was nice. But yeah, I do kind of agree with you guys. Playing it with people does make it more fun and more interesting, kind of.
It's just everyone. I think everyone's just over Sheva. I think they had their Sheva time. Like, now I'm not doing this again.
My favorite co-op with Resident Evil was always the Mercenaries, and it just disappeared after 6 and was never the same.
Yeah, pretty much. All right then. If that's everyone.
I haven't gone.
Oh, my apologies. There's a lot of peeps. I do apologize.
I understand. Well, I never saw any of the trailers for Resi 6. My first experience with Resident Evil was Resident Evil 2, which my dad got me into. So when I first played it, I was about like 8 or 9. So pretty young. And like I hadn't played any Resident Evil game for years after 2. And like I just happened to, like, when I was in a game store, see Resident Evil 6, and I was like, oh damn, they're still going with Resident Evil games? So I picked it up, found out it was co-op, so me and my dad played it together. Absolutely enjoyed playing it. We're having a lot of fun. And I happen to actually kind of enjoy, like, the story and the gameplay. But, yeah.
No worries.
Huh?
No worries, that's all right. Cheers, man. That's all right. Don't worry. All right, okay, cool. Everyone's there. So we'll move on. So, yes, as we've mentioned many times, this game is huge. Basically kind of combining 4 separate campaigns into one massive title, touting itself as the longest and most feature-rich Resident Evil game they'd ever made. Did this work?
Can I go real quick on this one?
By all means.
So, It definitely is a thing for better and worse, in my opinion. The worst comes from the campaigns. After a while, you start to feel like things drag on, and I don't necessarily have a problem with longer games, but there is some chapter disparity in the fact that there are some chapters in this game that are not that great. If you go from Jake having the snowmobile to awesome sections of like the ending for Chris, it's definitely a clear disparity between what's quality and what's not quality in RE6. And I think what they tried to do is try so many ideas, vehicle sections, turret sections, underwater, all types of stuff, and some of it is okay, and the rest is just, it feels like it's way too tacked on, and they tried to do something new and it didn't really catch on. But for the better, I would say the game is great in the fact that for the lingering co-op modes, which we'll talk about later, they are awesome. I don't have any problem with those modes except for survivors. If you're looking for some fun co-op, good times. This is the game to play when they built upon the mercenaries and decided to put in other modes for RE6. So you will like that. I feel as though they were super ambitious. They had a dream, but overall, I would say some of the content leaves a lot of room to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, I think it ends up getting a little long in the tooth, especially with long games. I don't also have a problem with long games, but to your point, it's just the stuff starts getting reused too. So you're just playing the same fight with a different character, whether it's that I think it's the one with Leon and Helena, and then also Jake and Sherry show up, and you end up, depending on which campaign you're playing that same part from both sides, and they do that all the time. At the end with the sniping, and you're either sniping or you're on the opposite side fighting the beast or Simmons or whatever. But yeah, it's just I think the fact that they keep like reuse stuff in the later campaigns, if they were all their own standalone stuff with all fresh content, and I understand they want to have stuff cross over and characters meet up, but having you replay the exact same sequences multiple times throughout the campaigns, especially after you've done a lot of it through Leon's campaign, it just gets really boring and repetitive in my eyes. And I think that's to its detriment. So yeah.
I'll throw in a quick stat here. Just going on to the how long to beat site. You type in Resident Evil 6, it estimates probably anywhere between 20 and 25 hours to beat the main game. That is enormous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is absolutely, especially considering Resident Evil 5 was what, maybe 8 to 10?
Yeah, most Resident Evil games are under 12, like 12 at most. 12 is a big Resident Evil game, so to double that for 6 is nuts.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry,
go on. Let's go on, Silver.
As a reference point, just quickly, talking time, I'll as somebody who's still in the middle of a playthrough at present, I'll give you a reference point. Me and my mod, we've finished Leon's, Jake and Sherry's, and we are now third chapter of Chris's campaign. That has taken us about 18 hours over 6 different live streams, and we still have 2 more chapters of Chris's to go, and all of Ada's. So it's going to be a long experience, and yeah, just supporting what was said about typically a long Resident Evil game being about 12 hours. My average playtime for a Resident Evil 4 would be 13. So this game is colossal, just as like an active point of reference for somebody who's playing it at the moment. It's big. It's really big.
I think the issue I always had with it, and I said about a lot when I was doing the recordings and with the friend, like, I do feel that the game, like, I've always considered Resident Evil 6 is a bit of an identity crisis, in that I don't think they ever quite decided what they wanted this game to be. A lot of Resident Evils at least have made a assessment and a decision about what exactly they're going to try to be it RE5's action horror, be it RE4's kind of more whatever the hell you want to call Resident Evil 4. But 6 kind of obviously went for we'll have a little bit of everything sort of thing. But the problem is, you do that, I think you lose a lot of focus in what you're attempting to do, and that ends up resulting in just having loads and loads of flab on your campaigns, on your levels, lots of kind of just doing stuff for the sake of doing it. Resident Evil 6 has got some really cool set pieces and some really cool sections, but there's so much I feel like you could have just trimmed out of this game, taken like at least a couple hours probably out of every one of the campaigns, and I think it would have been more than functional, if not perhaps improved. There's just so much like intercity fighting and just going through buildings. You've got the whole tower sequence for Chris and Jake. You've got the whole temple stuff with Sherry and whatnot. To me, it felt like there was so much stuff that was kind of there but didn't really serve much of a purpose other than kind of just like filling time, which is not something Resident Evil 6 needed to do.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they said no to anything when they were developing it.
Yeah,
agreed.
They were asked, do you think should we take Chris and Jake, or Chris and Piers even through this underwater section, or do you think we should focus our time on the airplane section of Leon Helena? And their response was yes.
It's like let's
Both.
make big
Oh.
dinosaur man transform into 5,000 creatures and let's just do this. It's like I
We'll get
wish
there.
I just
We'll
wish it was more focused to this game with all the bloat and fat to the game. It definitely could be shaved down to a couple of hours. I think a lot of people said it best if it was only just 2 campaigns, but like super focused on making those like quality, like between Chris and Leon, then I think this would have been a very different experience, but one that would have worked in that sense, because here's 2 of the biggest characters in RE as heroes, like teaming up and doing other things on their own accord in their own chapters.
I think the issue as well is that I think on the face of it, if you don't know the game much, you don't realize how enormous it is as well. Like, you think of like a Dark Souls, at least you know going into it that you're in for the long haul. Whereas this game, it's like you're playing for the campaign and it just keeps going. And it just keeps going. It just keeps going. And you finally finish one, like, oh great. Oh my god, there's 3 more. Oh no. And it's like dread. It's like cold shivers down your spine. You realize just how long this game is. And I didn't realize, I knew how long the game could be before I did my series. And then I got into it, I was like, oh my gosh, how are we still going with this? How have we not killed this main bad guy yet and won the day? Like, really? Ugh.
Yeah, I feel that because trying to coordinate a game of this length that goes on for this long with a friend who works in retail has not proved to be a very easy experience. It has not proved to be very easy at all. And just something else I want to add to discussions of the length of the plot. By virtue of it being that long, it feels like certain storylines fall by the wayside or just drop off the map in just like the wider scope of things, because you're just trying to cram everything in at once. One key point that comes to mind here is, I won't go into too much detail, I'm just going to mention it as a point of reference because we're going to be discussing each campaign as we go along. It's very sorry, I almost called it Jerry and Shake then, because that was our nickname on screen for them, Jerry and Shake. Sorry. Yeah. Sherry and Jake.
Alternate universe. That's going to be the new Netflix.
Can we change it to
That's
that?
going to be the new Netflix Resident Evil series.
Yeah, Jerry and Jake.
An umbrella thing it was. Never mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, let me get it back on track again. My brain.
Let's try again. Yes.
Yeah, I'll try again. The parts where they get captured by Neo Umbrella, and then it's just like, oh yeah, 6-month time skip. They just wake up in a facility. You don't really know what's been going on. They've just been presumably, well, it's stated that they've just been poked and prodded with sharp things and experimented on for 6 months, but no more reference to it than that. Their plot just drops off the map for 6 months. And nothing is really mentioned of it apart from that, because of pacing and plot. So it's very much all over the place. Definitely.
Anyone else?
Right. I think I could say a few things. But yeah, honestly, it could have been shorter. I think they probably could have cut out some filler, but I guess don't mind the length too much. But yeah, I can see why some people think that it's too long, especially with like the levels that intersect with each other. Mainly because they wanted to do the whole 4-player thing, which was a cool idea on paper, but I don't think I ever got. I think maybe I only got it working one time, and that was like on launch day. So yeah, that's all I got to say.
Yeah. I think it also as well. I think also like game, just everything just loses focus. The plot, sort of the game, the direction, the characters just kind of meander. It's just. It felt like they had a lot of cool stuff in the game. They kind of like were playing around with kind of like contextualizing a little bit and like, acting around others and how melee works. They changed around and kind of the stamina system and that sort of thing. So it wasn't like they weren't trying to add things in, but when it's just on top of everything else you've already got.
Yeah, I mean, in this one, this is the first one you're able to move and shoot for the first time, so that's a big plus. And I think Resident Evil, getting away from maybe the idea of talking about the length of the game, but just the idea that they leaned into the action more for this one. The explosions are bigger, the set pieces are bigger, there's more enemies, there's a lot more shooting in this one, a lot more gunplay. And I think they listened to the criticisms and they listened to the fan base and were able to, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, come up with Resident Evil 7 and lean back into that horror a little bit more. And same with Resident Evil 8. I don't think we would get Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8 without 6 happening at all. And kind of the divisiveness of the game within the community and within the critic community too. It's just something that they without that, they could have just kept going down this action path, and Resident Evil might be a totally different game if Resident Evil 6 didn't fail as spectacularly as it did. I mean, it's sold well. Sure, it's a financial success. It's people have fun with it because they get to play with friends. And I don't think without that co-op, it would even be talked about today. It would be, it would be like an Outbreak or something along those lines. But the fact that you get to play with people, I've never played the game co-op, and I'm interested to try it at some point. I never even played Resident Evil 5 co-op because, in my eyes, I started in Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil is a single player experience. That's how you're supposed to play them. But I think hearing you all talk about playing co-op and having fun with it, I think that's the way to probably experience this game. And maybe at that point, unless you're filming content for it or something, it probably doesn't feel nearly as long because you're having fun with a friend goofing off in a game. So maybe that adds to it. If you didn't play it co-op, it probably isn't as good of a game as if you did play it co-op because of all the memories that come with that.
So what you're saying is you think this game had to fall on its sword for the benefit of the series?
100%.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, it probably definitely did. I mean, if you look at the chronology of Resident Evil, like in 2012 alone, you had Revelations that came out in January. You had Operation Raccoon City came out like in March, April, May sort of time. Resident Evil 6 then came out in October. There's 3 Resident Evil games in the space of about 8 months, and then it would be a whole 3 years until Revelations 2 would finally hit the screens. That's astonishing.
Yeah, I think they were really trying to cement Resident Evil out there. You figure Operation Raccoon City multiplayer game, they expected people to be playing that for a while. They whetted people's appetite with Revelations, and that had its 3D gimmick on 3DS. And then you come out with Resident Evil 6, this beefy 25-hour co-op game. Like they were really trying to cement Resident Evil in that time period. And while Revelations is pretty decent, I think we could all agree that it's at least decent. Operation Raccoon City, I think, fell on its face, and Resident Evil 6 was just, like I said, we've been saying, is kind of like, it's good, but it's not great.
Yeah, fair.
Just going to add one little thing there. Operation Raccoon City fell on its face and broke both its legs. I feel like that's appropriate to add.
I don't think we ever went in depth with that game. That's something that should happen. Because I have some affinity to like go back and play it on normal. I don't know why, because they put it on Xbox for backwards compatibility.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's one of the only Resident Evil games I've not yet played, so I do have to do it eventually.
I will join.
Oh man. Oh,
think about it.
There's only
I'll think about
3
it.
games I've never played was this and Umbrella Corps. I've played every other one at this point, which is insane. Even Gaiden. Gaiden. Anyways, so with all that, just kind of lead into our next part is talk about like the actual gameplay of Resident Evil 6 compared to its predecessor RE5. Do you think it changed very much? Do you think it improved, regressed, better, worse?
It was too different. It improved and whatever the opposite of improve is that I can't think of the word. Improved.
Improved.
Okay. I mean, Resident Evil had always been about tank controls up to that point, and 4 and 5 still had the tank controls, but the camera was behind the shoulder, so it really wasn't like it didn't feel like tank controls so much. It just felt like your typical third-person shooter. And when they switched the controls so that back had your character actually turn around, it just messed up the whole flow for me personally. And certain things I see they did to improve that actually like felt off to me. And my best, because when I would play the mercenaries a lot in 4 and 5. So when you play the mercenaries in 6, you start to notice all the little things that maybe abuse the system in a sense. So for example, you go up next to a ladder and you can press the button to climb the ladder, and so you kind of just sit by the ladder, and when somebody goes to attack you, you press the button and you're invincible because you're climbing up the ladder. That wasn't in 6, because in 6 you go near the ladder, they latch on to the ladder, so you couldn't really hang out near places that you would press a button to do something. So it just changed up the gameplay in that sense for me. I couldn't hang out by a ladder and bait an enemy, or I couldn't really hang near walls either, because they would start to cling to the walls with that cover system. So the things they tried to introduce improved in some aspects, but it also took it away in other aspects if you used those things. I just felt like I was constantly being pulled to the wall because they implemented that covering system. Like, oh, I'm gonna go next to this wall, and all of a sudden my back is against the wall. Like, no, get off the wall.
I will admit, I think the cover system was a bit weird. That Resident Evil decided to, incorporate Gears of War mechanics into its video games. Always seemed a bit out of place to me.
I don't think Resident Evil needed that. I mean, I appreciate it.
They wanted gunfights with zombies. I mean, how else are you gonna do it?
I mean, the weird thing is, I hate to say Resident Evil was about zombies, because it was, like, that's what made it famous, but it's not called like Resident Zombie. And in fact, it's all about it is biohazard. So, I mean, they're still within their umbrella of what they quote unquote promised Resident Evil is, but we all associate it with zombies. So when they start running around with weapons and stuff, you're like, it kind of worked in 4 because, like, oh, this is a completely different thing. And then they started reintroducing the virus again, or a virus. And so they kind of mixed the idea. 6 was kind of like a blend of old and new. It was, here's your zombies that you liked, and here's the action you liked in the more modern titles. Enjoy. And like, I don't really know how to describe it, but people pick which game they like the most based on their preference, if they like the slow zombies or the fast weapons. And 6 was like, take it all. So people who preferred one over the other didn't enjoy as much certain sections of the games. I mean, if that makes sense. So they really like introduced new ideas, but those new ideas were also somewhat of a detriment in other respects. And I mean, personally, I enjoyed it because I liked Resident Evil, but I still felt like, oh, I see it. Like, I can't abuse the system to like pick up this item on the ground, or no, I think in 6 he still had that, but there were certain like environmental interactions. That's like the word I was looking for. Environmental interactions were so different in 6 that it took away in some respects, because you're playing a game and they want you to be like, oh, you're not playing a game. You go near a ladder, you're going to climb up the ladder. So like, I don't really know how to explain it without just repeating myself, but they added things that were supposed to help, that kind of helped in the campaign, but in the mini games and in replaying and other difficulties, it kind of took away from it. It just felt like a different game. I didn't feel like you were playing Resident Evil. It just felt like you were playing an action game, which, I mean, if it didn't have Resident Evil on the title and it was just called generic Biohazard Army Men, then you'd be like, oh, this is a pretty cool game.
I think we're on to a winner here, to be honest.
What was that?
I think we're on to a winner.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
You get a Capcom. We will take royalty checks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
What did I call it?
Generic.
Generic Biohazard Army
Hazard
men.
Army men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
gonna add a
that's all we
number
talk
in.
about.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
6.
number.
I was gonna say 6, but it really was the first. So
Yeah,
generic
pretty much.
Biohazard Army. I mean, the end of 4 and some of 5 was the beta for generic Biohazard Army man.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. I mean, I
Yeah.
loved the mercenaries. And the mercenaries in 6 just felt like a different kind of mercenaries because of what I was saying. Like, I played the mercenaries 3D, and they had some equipable skills that were meant to be like the old mechanics of a like use an item and you won't take damage for a second. So they took those old mechanics from 5 and pre-5 into Mercs 3D, and they were like, these are now skills, which would have been cool if they did that in 6. Like, here's an equipable item that, like, if you're near a ladder, you have to press the button or something like that, which would have been interesting, but obviously that wasn't even a thought.
No.
Just
Go on.
no, I was going to say quickly. We've mentioned the game's cover system. There's 2 things I kind of want to segue into, since one of them has already been mentioned, and another one I do want to give a bit of appreciation to. The cover system feels in this game it feels a bit broken to me. Like, I'm going to completely agree when somebody said earlier, sticking to walls.
That was me, baby.
Yeah, you get this feeling of just, you stick to the cover, yet at the same time with the button prompts and commands, I don't ever feel like I'm aiming properly or I'm aiming concisely. Half the time it's just better, especially when you're playing as Chris, because it's more the amusement factor, to just run into there with a machine gun and go booyah motherfuckers and shoot people. So
I do want to say that despite the criticisms, I still like this game. Like, I haven't really played a Resident Evil game that I'm like, oh, I can't play this. Certainly there are some that I'm like, I love more than others. And 6, again, my approach to Resident Evil was I played almost all the games. I played all the main games right before 5. So to me, I played them all in one burst. So I didn't have like a decade or however long ago, I don't know, I'm just guessing when I say a decade. I didn't have that length of time from playing the first one all the way up till 6 as they released. So my perspective might be different than someone else, or it is different than someone else who has played every game as it came out and was expecting it to be what they've been playing for years and years and years. For me, it was like, oh, here's this one. Now I'm playing this one. Now I'm playing this one. And I'm like seeing how they're all similar and different. So when I jumped into 6, I was just like, oh, this is just, again, a little bit different. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't, that doesn't mean it was perfect. I mean, again, it was stick to wall simulator.
Yeah. My impression of 6, well, I played it. It felt like it was more. It wasn't really. It was more Resident Evil 15th anniversary. That's how I always felt about the game, because it just had all these different pieces, and it was obviously a deliberate attempt to have, here's a little bit of old school, kind of more survival horror. Here's some Resident Evil 5 with just crazy action and shooting dudes. Then you've got Jake's campaign, which is like Resident Evil 3 Light with, like, the Nemesis sort of stuff, and then Ada's campaign is. Whatever Ada's campaign was meant to be. I don't actually really know what it was meant to be at all. It's a mystery.
Yeah, actually, you're onto something where I've noticed this before, and I haven't really said this. It seemed like Capcom was thinking, okay, we have so many different types of Resident Evil games now. We have the old school ones that are about surviving against zombies, survival horror. We have 4 and 5 that are very much against, like, the Ganados and Magini with the Plagas, and Ada's was like, well, there was it called not Desperate Ways or
Separate Ways?
Separate Ways. Thank you, Separate Ways. It had its kind of like spy feel to it, even though it pretty much was Resident Evil 4. It had a little bit more of a spy action feel to it. So I think what they were doing with 6 was they were kind of testing the waters to see, like, okay, these are all the different types of gameplays we've had throughout Resident Evil. For Leon and Helena, it was the survival horror. I mean, they're all survival horror, but you know what I mean with like the zombies and this. I mean, they weren't slow moving, but you know what I mean. They're emulating the old school Raccoon City games, and then Chris and Piers was emulating the 4 and 5 with the slow moving people with axes and stuff, and then why can't I think of the name? Jerry and
Shake again.
You got that in my head. Now I'm just always gonna say Jerry and Shake.
Jerry and Shake. Got it.
Jerry and Shake. All right. Well, we had Jerry and Shake. Their campaign was the idea of being chased, which I don't remember the time frame of years, but Dead Space 2, I don't know if it came out before or after, but I feel like I forget the name of the monster, but there was that necro, whatever they're called, towards the end where you couldn't kill it and it kept following you. And I think that was probably based on Nemesis. So maybe around that time, games or horror games were like, oh, we should have an unstoppable enemy chasing you. And so there was that type of survival horror in there. And then Ada's was the I almost said Desperate Ways again. I'm just gonna say Desperate Ways. You had Ada's Desperate Ways, your Metal Gear, Mystery Man woman. Yeah, so I think they really were like, oh, you like survival horror, huh? Well, just take it all. And they just threw it into 6. It was like, you tell us what you like.
Yeah, more is better. I think that was their theory. More, I don't think it worked out as better, but there we go.
And you know, I liked and sort of I mean, obviously it had its flaws, but I liked that. I don't know, but that's just me. Again, my perspective was different. I didn't come into 6 with years upon years of playing Resident Evil. I had come in like I played almost all the games between 4 and 5's release, and I was sitting there like, all right, 6 is coming out. This is gonna be awesome. And it came out and it was like bigger than the other games, but it had its flaws.
So I had a quick opinion on this. I feel as though the gameplay definitely is, like you said, where it's improved the areas and regressed in others, namely being the cover system, but there is some good in there. Like, I did like the melee system. Some people were kind of on the fence about how it handled like stamina and everything with the melee system, but I thought it was pretty cool for what it was. You could do all these power bombs, DDTs, suplexes. I know it's ridiculous for RE standards.
You're in a wrestling fan. It's just a minute.
Yeah, if you're a wrestling fan, you're gonna love this game.
Oh yeah, brother.
Oh yeah.
No, Josh got there first.
These zombies, brother.
But I really did like what they tried to do with it, where you could, you know, shoot them in the leg, you could do a slide, stun them, and then you could hit them with like a special finisher. So one of the things that this game was really good at is that and the movement, I feel, because finally you can move and shoot, which is something that, you know, should have been done ages ago in the mainline timeline. And then you could slide, roll, do all these crazy maneuvers. I think though that my main problem with some of the gameplay is the disparity, like you guys mentioned, where some of it works and some of it doesn't, and then them overdoing the quick time events, where once again this game where you had to climb on the rope and it was like pre-patched and you had to constantly press the buttons and hold on at the same time while being on the rope was kind of counterintuitive, as well as just any motions at all with the wiggling of the analog sticks, which I thoroughly hated, because after a while that shit really starts to hurt your fingers. So I'm trying to escape this maneuver, I have to keep wiggling the analog sticks. I think there's an actual song of this on YouTube called Hammer Sticks, where it's like hammer the buttons. Yeah, hammer the buttons and wiggle the sticks. That's what Resident Evil 6 was in the quick time events, and when you do stuff like that, it just starts to get very annoying. So I can see why people don't like that aspect of the game.
I'm gonna totally back you up in the QTE aspect here. I've said it in several podcasts now, slow hand reactions because muscular condition, and 6, it feels like, again, I have that, you know, predisposition there, but 6 feels egregious. Like, I'm gonna stop calling him a mod and just say Jonathan. Jonathan had to do most of those in our streams because they're just so fast. I could not keep up in terms of like finger reactions and like moving the sticks quick enough. So it was just, it was pretty egregious at points. I feel like it's the low point for QTEs out of the more action-focused games 4, 5, and 6. It feels like a low point to me, not a high point in terms of its execution. Anybody else get that feeling, or just me, maybe?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
It's
there's nothing to write home about, in my opinion.
I think 5 just, you could say 5 and 4, they were there, of course, and I know people have their like sort of reservations about them, but they also
had some cool moments.
Yeah, but they had some cool moments, and they weren't as QT heavy, so to speak, as this one. Like it felt like this game overdid it in a sense, which is probably the most annoying part about it. Resident Evil 6 is like just a symptom of trying to overdo certain things because they thought they worked in the last 2 games really efficiently, so let's take it to the max and see what we could do with it. And sometimes that could work, and other times it just doesn't.
Yeah. A good analogy for that would be 4 is like, oh, okay, a new idea. Let's roll with it. Let's go down this road. Let's accelerate. 5's like, foot down. Let's get the speed moving. 6 is like, oh god, the brakes have gone out and we're going off the edge of a cliff. Somebody help us.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Jesus, take the wheel. Amen. Mm-hmm.
Well, you gotta, got the keys and everything.
Yeah. Definitely sharing the opinion of the combat being better. And one point that I do want to bring up that I don't think anybody's brought up yet in terms of gameplay, one of the biggest issues I had, and I've come to realize now replaying this as I have been, one of my biggest issues with this game was the really sort of poorly balanced ammo situation. And I want to give a point of reference here. Leon's, that was meant to be the more horror-focused game experience, you're flooded with ammunition. In fact, you've got so much ammunition that you don't know what to do with it all. Chris, which is the really gun-heavy sort of like focused segment of the game, I must have gone 30 minutes into a chapter before I'd amassed about 80 rounds of submachine gun. Thankfully, these issues are mitigated by playing it co-op, because as I learned firsthand, you don't share the same ammo pool, you both get separate drops, so it's less of an issue. But ammo felt really unbalanced. Did anybody else get that feeling, or was it just me?
It was a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
I will agree. I think that like having the ammo separate, I kind of preferred that to what it was, but I don't know. But yeah, I would definitely say, yeah, it was a bit. Your mileage could definitely vary, especially on higher difficulties. Like you could like, you almost felt like there was RNG playing into quite heavily into what you'd end up finding and how far you'd make it. To
unless
never
you
use
a skill to just increase your rate.
Yeah, and
I
that's kind of
wonder how it would be like to try no hope with that.
Not for me, brother.
You can't.
No, thank you.
You can't, because No Hope, I think, has no skills at all, so you have like no assistance there whatsoever.
Yeah.
So you're basically just left default.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ren, you ever try to beat No Hope?
I have, actually. I have a No Hope playthrough with Leon on the channel, and I could say that this mode is absolute balls.
Wait, what's No Hope?
No Hope is the hardest mode in Resident Evil 6, and it's basically like if you get grabbed or hit, you lose 3 bars of health, maybe 4. So you could get down like really quickly, and it's not so bad when you're playing with Chris, because you could deal with the enemies from a distance, or you could stun them and do all the crazy wrestling moves. Like the Juavo, as they call them, are easier to predict, but the zombies are just next level. If they will jump, leap, bite. So No Hope is the hardest if you're dealing with zombies.
A good analogy for No Hope, even though I've not played it myself, it would be physically impossible for me to play. My hands would just not let me do it. A good analogy for No Hope is the game is going in raw, grab the sheets, pray.
Oh, jeez.
Moving
That's
swiftly on.
pretty much it.
I
wanted to say
anything to
something.
add here. Go for it.
I wanted to say something about Resident Evil 6 story. I don't know when to say that. Are we going to talk about the story later?
Oh yes,
Yes.
we're going to get into it.
Okay,
Pretty
all
short,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
I just didn't want to tangent.
No, that's
So
fine.
I'll talk about it later.
To be fair, we're probably about to get there. To be honest, let's go for the game.
I was just wanting to talk about the like the analog thing that was being talked about earlier. With that, like having to, fiddle with the analog stick for those frickin' things. I actually got friction burn on my hand so bad that I had to wait a couple of days for it to heal to go back on.
Yikes.
The old Mario Party syndrome.
Yeah.
I don't think anything could ever beat the first Mario Party on the N64.
Ooh.
Like to the point where they actually had to give you gloves or something like that.
Yeah.
Capcom said, "Hold my beer."
Which moments did you get burned from the analog stick?
I think it was during like the section in like Sherry and Jake's first chapter where where you're with Chris and Piers and you're fighting those two big BOWs. There was some like analog bits on that when you're having to fight those that you just had to go absolutely ham on them to actually get it.
Yeah, that is the bit I could not do. And not only that, the analog sticks are, I don't know if anybody else has noticed this on a PS5 controller, the analog sticks feel really flimsy. So if I go balls to the wall, I don't want to break my new expensive controller because controllers are getting more expensive.
Yeah, not for Resident Evil 6. Don't break it for this game.
I'm bloody glad that I'm now a PC gamer.
That's
I don't know. I played this on controller though, so I feel the pain. It was a bit tricky.
Well, I'm now playing it on PC with keyboard and mouse, so hopefully I won't have a situation like that.
Yeah, no, I did PC, but I did it with controller. My friend did it with PC and keyboard to kind of see what we thought. He wasn't actually a big fan of the keyboard controls. He didn't like them at all.
Well, to be honest, I'm just trying to get used to them at the moment. I will admit, on the QTE where you have to jump to the wall to not get hit by a train, I will admit I got hit by a train first couple of times.
That's, highly regretful.
Yeah. Bloody hurts,
Yeah. Yeah,
This
public
might-
service
this-
warning: do not get hit by your trains in the local depot.
This might be a very, very old meme, but a very, very old one. But if anybody in this podcast or any of the listeners potentially get this one, kudos to you. I like trains.
Oh God.
We are moving on now. Like
Yes.
I'm looking here.
Jesus.
I just thought of a feature that I don't think anyone mentioned. Sorry.
Where
sorry
are
to
people?
backtrack.
Where are people able to? Are people able to listen to this live right now, or is this?
No,
supposed
it's
to be
not live
reposted
right now,
later?
but it's gonna be it's pre-recorded right now.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
don't worry.
Yes.
The editing gods can and will have at it probably.
But
Gotcha.
Ganj, what you were saying real quick before we move on to the next one?
Yeah, sorry, I missed it in the last question. I think there was a feature. I don't think anyone mentioned it. It's where people. It might have been one of the first games to do this, where people could join as an enemy creature, special infected.
Oh yeah.
Oh, agent hunts. Agent
Yes,
hunts.
that's what it's called. I couldn't think what it was called. For some reason, I thought it was Nemesis mode or something, but I knew it was wrong. Yeah.
We haven't got Agent Hunt actually in the list. We'll quickly talk about it.
But,
I never
that
played
was
it.
interesting. But I just thought it was interesting how no one picked up on that. But then I guess if you've played it more recently, there's not that many people playing it to attack you, so you wouldn't have encountered it really.
No.
So
I've not played it either.
oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying I've not played it either. Oh, sorry, sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I
It's fine.
was just gonna say I've never played any of the like like online games. I've played Mercenaries and Mercenaries No Mercy, but I haven't played anything else other than the campaign.
So just cycling back really quickly to Agent Hunt. It is just basically what it is. It's a mode where you can join the campaign and impede the player's progress. And after they exit a certain area, basically you lost. But if you kill them in an ample amount of time, you win and you get awards and points for it. I remember doing it a couple of times actually, and it's pretty fun. Just the enemy controls are, just to say, I don't know, lack of better word, dog shit.
Sluggish.
Yeah,
Clumsy.
if you play as the zombies, it's just sluggish, but you keep constantly respawning as different enemies, so you might be a zombie dog, or you might be a sub boss sometimes, or you might be a mutation. So you might get lucky at times, other times you don't, and the players will get away. But I think mostly I play as the dogs. I kept jumping on Leon and biting him, and I eventually killed him. So it's really just awesome and fun, and it's a way to kind of annoy people, but at least you can, I think it is made where you can cut the feature off, so that's fine for what it is. But yeah.
So now we know where Dark Souls got its raid system from. They got it from
Yes.
this
Oh lord.
Yes.
Oh lord.
game. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Mm.
Sorry to spin us off on that. I thought it should have been mentioned.
No, fair. That's fair.
Oh no,
Good
fine.
idea.
Yeah, anything relating to the game that we miss is best to bring it up during this podcast, so it's a fine question.
We'll cover what we can as we go. So
Not only that, it's actually nice to hear the opinions of people who've played it, because I haven't myself. So thank you for segueing us into that, because I've actually not played it myself. So yeah, it's
All-
appreciated.
All I'm saying is it's fun to be the person invading, horrible to be the person that's invaded all the time.
yeah, sounds about
Just like Dark Souls.
Yes.
Sounds
Oh jeez.
I think if
Alright
you have
then.
it on though, it's difficulty based. I didn't mean cut you off, Shadow, but if you have it on, it's difficulty based. So if someone's playing on a harder difficulty, you can indeed hurt them more. But I think we can move on now.
Yeah, I think so. All right then. So before we touch upon the campaigns in like full detail, yeah, there was something I wanted to bring up from Drew Maru, which I thought brought over a good point about the whole idea of the plot from Resident Evil. Again, for like 12, 15 years, this whole saga starting at the Spencer estate, the uncovering of Umbrella's super secret organization, its ultimate downfall and usurping from, first Spencer and then ultimately Wesker, and then finally the grand climax of Wesker's death in a volcano, courtesy of boulders being punched. I'm fascinated with this idea about like the Resident Evil 6 is like this big grand reset of plot, of having to like reestablish itself, of having to start again. You've had a decade of this one individual being the big bad guy, and now he's gone. And like the idea that you have to start again from it, I think it's fascinating. So I don't know if there's anything you want to add on to it, Drew.
Yeah. So, well, the thing I wanted to mention before, which I'll just briefly say, and I don't know for sure, but I think Resident Evil 6 might be the only or one of the very few Resident Evils whose time frame is set after the release of the game. I think they all usually take place roughly around when they release, but 6 covered like such a wide amount of years that it actually took place, I think, like some of the later events took place, I think, up to a year after it actually released, which I
believe
think was...
so. Yeah, I think the actual incident in the Chinese city, Yangqing, I think it's called, is 2013.
It's like 2013, right?
2013,
Yeah.
I believe.
So I don't know if any of the other games take place.
We lost him?
Oh, technical issues. Oh,
Can you hear me? Oh, no, I was getting a phone call while I was talking.
That would explain it.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm sorry. Where did you hear?
Yeah, you cut off like right at the moment where you were about to explain it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, I was saying I just thought it was interesting that it was one of the only, if not the only, game taking place after it was released.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, because a lot of them were either at the time or obviously projections of the past. But yeah, Resident Evil 6 does indeed covers
Um,
all of this stuff, like almost like it's the early stuff in the snow place, and then Lanxiang is the name of the city, where everything goes completely to hell.
One thing I noticed, an observation, and it was pretty interesting that Drew Maru brought this up. I don't feel, from a overall plot of the whole series perspective, that Capcom had a great deal of faith, at least in the aftermath of this game, with how they handled moving the plot forward itself. Because any of us that have played the games after that will see that a lot of the events of 6 just end up being a self-contained blip, and then when we go on to 7 and 8, they're basically taking the story in their own direction, and it's like 6 was ignored, they moved forward, and then 7 and 8 continue to take things in a new direction again, but 8 has also got some very big rumblings for bigger things that could happen in future installments. So just an observation in that regard. I don't know if anybody else saw that or if it was just me reading into it, maybe. I don't know. Anybody?
I can see where you're coming from with it. Yeah, definitely.
Mm.
It is like it is ignored after 6 with future games.
It just feels like a self-contained like blip. Like they had to move it somewhere, but then they felt like in the aftermath, maybe this wasn't right. Maybe this wasn't necessarily the right way to go about moving it. Let's see where we can go from here, and then we have current day Resident Evil where we are now. That's just me anyway.
I think as well, like Resident Evil 6's plot in general is pretty ambitious. I mean, because again, just because the vast scope of time that it's covering, it's not like previous games where maybe it's just like a short period of a few hours, or Resident Evil 3, which covered a couple of days. Resident Evil 4 was obviously over the period of a few days as well, and then suddenly you've got over a year this game spans across, which is a dramatic amount of time to try and convey several stories, linking them all in. It's an unbelievably ambitious task.
Yeah. And then when we go back to future installments, it returns to the trend of everything being contained within a couple of days again, doesn't it? So it was the only one to ever do it.
Not the only one.
Was it? Was it not the only one?
Revelations 2.
You're
Revelation
right.
2, yes, a good shout, yeah. A few years later would do something similar, yes. But that was kind of more backwards and forwards. And then kind of obviously deceiving you that the fact the two are actually way apart from each other, because at the time it doesn't tell you that. So it's kind of like, that's the twist.
It sort of reveals it at the end of episode 1.
Yeah.
It definitely hints at it. But I don't think everyone would have seen. But it's a good point regardless. Good point regardless.
I absolutely love that game.
I low-key really enjoyed it.
It
was a better game than people gave. Low-key. All right. Anyone else got anything they want to add for this before we move on?
I was just thinking for the story of Resident Evil 6, how it is ignored in future games. I don't know who played it on release. I can't remember who played it on release, but when you finished one of the campaigns, there would be a cutscene showing Jake, and it would make you think that Jake would be in the future games. And I know it got patched. It got taken out. Sorry, of the Xbox One and PS4, new versions of it. They took that cutscene out, but on 360 and PS3, it was in there. I don't know if it's been patched out of PC as well. So for people who played it more recently,
I'm pretty sure it was on PC.
Yeah,
but
it was interesting how they took it out of future versions of the game.
What was that? Jake was supposed to be in a future game?
Well, I don't know for sure, but it's like they teased that he was at the end fighting more, going off and helping out.
Yeah.
Uh,
So it was kind of like, he must be in more games. But
I was gonna say this,
but it's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame this was something that led to nowhere.
I was gonna say this before, but I got distracted when I got that phone call that messed up my train of thought. But the whole idea of 6 potentially having started a new arc, which I thought was going to happen, and then they just didn't do that. I was hoping where they were going with it, especially with was it Marvel vs. Capcom 3 still had Wesker in it, so I thought Capcom was thinking, oh, people still like Wesker. How can we use Wesker without like just saying, oh, he didn't die or he's back.
That's the problem. Like Wesker had become like one of the most popular and enduring characters of the entire series for good reason. Eventually, you have to kill him off because, of course, he eventually has to die. But then, what do?
Well, so what I was hoping they would do, or what I want to see done, I don't know if this is more like just a fan fiction idea, but I thought it was pretty cool. They introduced at the end of 5 this idea of the Wesker children. So I thought, oh, this new arc is going to build up the other Wesker that supposedly disappeared, which we wind up finding out later is Alex Wesker. So 6 did not have Alex Wesker, and I remember playing it thinking like, oh, maybe that person's Alex Wesker, maybe that person's Alex Wesker. No. And I forget in which game we found this out, but Ada Wong was actually an alias for an otherwise a name that we don't know, and I was like, AW, maybe Ada is Alex Wesker, and then that was nothing. But I thought that they were really dropping hints at the end of 5, especially because it was, that was in DLC, so I thought they were saying, all right, this is what we're going to start building up. So I was like, oh, Ada Wong is going to be Wesker, and she has a campaign, and nope, that wasn't it. And then like Simmons is working for the family. Is that going to be connected to the organization that Albert Wesker was a part of? And I don't remember it was or not, but that just went nowhere. And then we finally got Alex Wesker later, and that was just like a one-time thing. And I was like, they're just giving us like filler stories in the grand scope of things now. But the other thing that I wanted to see was, Capcom's realizing Wesker is really popular, but what can they possibly do with Wesker without saying, oh, he didn't die? Like, that would ruin the whole ending of 5. So I thought by introducing... What was that?
I think he'd ruined the entire series. Just suddenly say, oh, he didn't die. He was only in a freaking mountain.
Well, that's why I was thinking, how could they do it while the end of 5 still being a major consequence? And I was like, they introduced Jake. What if, because he was experimented on, and there's this whole unknown amount of time where him and Sherry were in, what was it, Neo Umbrella's facilities? Yeah. I was like, what if they, somehow had this sample of Ouroboros that had Wesker's conscience in it, because he, fused himself with Ouroboros in the volcano. I don't know, how would they find a sample of Ouroboros in the volcano that somehow survived? I don't know. But my thinking was that Jake would sort of be like Eddie Brock and Venom, with Jake, and he would have Wesker's subconscious who would come out in an Ouroboros over him.
Hold on. I see what you're saying here. I'm sort of catching on to it. I just wanted to add, there is that notion of putting a digital mind in someone else's conscious in Revelations 2. That is definitely possible. So if they wanted to do that going forward and maybe make Jake kind of a little bit crazy, and that will alter his character, and maybe call back to Wesker's conscious, but he's not really
but
in control of it. That'd be cool.
This would also introduce a new story arc for Jake, where at the end of 6 he was kind of oh, I'm not my father, I'm separate from him. But so now what if your father's talking to you and trying to influence you? That's different than you have never having heard from him, and he's granting you power. So what if it's kind of I know we're talking about Resident Evil 6, so I don't want to tangent into other games and stuff, but it kind of makes me think of Devil May Cry 4 with Nero, and he wants the sword because he wants power, but then it kind of gives him that, I don't know, he heard a voice kind of thing. He's there was that thing, I heard a voice, power, I want more power. And I was like, what if there's this thing later where Jake has this Ouroboros inside of him, and he's hearing things about, his father telling him to do stuff, and he doesn't know what it is. Starts to realize what it is. The Ouroboros comes out of him at some points, like Venom for Eddie Brock, and it covers him in this, I don't know, kind of form. And it's not completely Wesker, because 5 was still a detriment to who he was. He doesn't have a physical form anymore. He can only exist. He's basically Sigma, you know? He's like the Sigma for Mega Man X. And it's like the Wesker virus or whatever. And so I was kind of like, he needs people with similar bodies to him to be able to manifest in them. And I was like, this is perfect for Jake. They could like really take this idea. He wants to be a hero now. That was the whole point of 6. He's like, you know, I'm good now, but like I won't admit it. So I'll do the right thing, but I'll be like, yeah, that's just because it's what I wanted. And then introduce this concept of, yeah, Wesker's still around in your brain now and he wants your body. And I'm like, this would have been a perfect way to keep going, still have Wesker, but he's not the same Wesker. Use Jake to be relevant. Everything that happened in 6 is relevant to stories later. Introduce Alex Wesker and her idea of, you know, putting minds in people. And I don't know, they were just like, they could have used all these elements to build up the second arc to something really cool. And they're just like, nah, let's not do any of that.
Yeah.
I'm just like, darn it.
Have generic action horror. There you go.
I really hope like someone at Capcom listened to me, said that, and is like, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
But like,
it would be nice to see something done with some of the characters of the series, because anybody who's played a lot of Resident Evil games or played them over an exponential amount of time will know that a great many cast members suffer from a slight issue called turning up in one episode or one game and never been heard from again. We now currently have
Billy Cohen is never
at least
back,
that's
all right.
at least that's believable.
Get over this.
At least that's believable. The more detrimental syndrome of these characters is their face and voice changing. Like, I'm a different person syndrome now. Like, we had the Julia Voth Jill, and now we have I forget the name. And it's like, yeah, they look good, but it's a different person.
But
it's like,
here's the thing, like faces in RE changes all the time because they go with differing models and differing actors and stuff like that.
Yeah, but stick to one.
Well, I think that's kind of like hard for them. Maybe some of these actors can't come back, or unfortunately, this case also happened with Onimusha where one of the actors died, so it's like, who can you contact at that point?
Yeah.
I think Julia Voth, who was the motion capture and face model for Jill for the longest time, I think she said that when they used the cameras, wherever they took her face, but it was his face off. But I mean, like, you know what I mean? They used her likeness. I think she said they actually signed a license to, like, I don't know if own it or use it. And I don't know if there's a rights thing, but she made it sound like, no, they can use it whenever and for however long they want. So it's either they just actively were like, let's change it, or maybe it was like, yeah, we don't want to license this anymore. We want to renegotiate with someone else to own it. In which case, why couldn't they just renegotiate with the same person? So it sounds like they actively want to change the faces and voices.
Well, we are diverging, but I'm just kind of like, some of these actors, they cannot. Well, we already established like last podcast that Capcom has their own LA studio now, and they don't want to hire people that's like way too far away from what we've noticed and some of the advice that we gave on that. So this is probably why some of those Canadian actors did not come back, because they were so far. It was like, well, we have LA now, so we have our own studio. They can do mocap in here. Why not hire people that are relatively close to our area? So it's probably definitely like a business decision that happened with that at the end of the day. Like, no offense to Volf or anything, because I'm pretty sure like she's super awesome and everyone knows that.
Mm-hmm.
But
from a pure, sorry,
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, from a pure business sense, what you said that makes absolute logical sense, because when push comes to shove, Capcom is a business, and yeah, back in the day, Canada was the very big, like, premium place for for mocap, voice acting, and talent, and it stayed that way until about the early 2000s. But yeah, this has all moved stateside now, so it makes logical sense. It does.
But we were talking about like just the plot and everything of RE6, right?
Yeah.
We were. Which question is this?
4.
4.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we should just finish up on this.
Yeah. See, the thing with the connectivity of like RE5 and the other REs is like, again, 5 set up the Wesker children, and then they burnt that to the ground, because then we found out that, well, half of them are dead, so the only one left is like Alex and everything. I think that Capcom likes to continue plot threads or set things up, and then when they decide that things haven't gone so well with the last iteration, they decide to do a complete soft reboot, which is what 7 was to some of the events, and now they have to lead back up to all this stuff again after Resident Evil 8, because now you see the BSA is like 100% corrupted, and there's moles, and then there's people who are infected soldiers that are human. So that's going to be one topical thing that's going to be touched on at RE9. Are these humans infected in these organizations good in our eyes, and how do we deal with it? And I felt like that could have been answered in 7, but they decided to start over. So it's unfortunate.
BSAA?
Hmm?
Because in 7, it was Blue Umbrella. And were they like working with the BSAA? And then in Village/8,
yes they were.
It was BSAA, but I don't know if
like
Blue Umbrella is a part of it.
Yeah, they're like the almost like unlicensed BSAA, who are like a bit more kind of off the record a little bit.
Also, Shadow, you're kind of turning into a robot.
Oh, am I? That's probably bad.
Yeah.
Well, Blue Umbrella is basically like X-Umbrella's version of the BSAA, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, oh, oopsie, we messed up. Let's fix this. And it's supposedly like different people from Umbrella. I don't know who from Umbrella is a part of it.
It's basically like a bunch of like inferior old Umbrella employees, bits and pieces trying to write well, but really it's a mercenary corps. That's the hard part of it. So, anyways,
So
we are
Blue Umbrella just reminds me of like that clip from South Park where was it the oil company, and they're like, we're sorry, and it's
but yeah,
it's like I just imagine Umbrella executives, and they're like, we're sorry.
But yeah, we gotta get it back on topic.
Okay.
We need to move on here, yes. So all right then, so it's time to begin our dives into the various campaigns. This may or may not take a little while, so buckle in. There is plenty to go through. We're going to start with the campaign that I think probably the majority of people who played this game touched on first, and that is Leon's campaign alongside Helena.
Yeah, you're still roboting out during that, but
yeah,
we're gonna focus on like basically Leon's campaign and Tall Oaks, and sort of pass the baton and get other people's opinions. I'm gonna probably go last on this, but let's see, Zamzara, I want you to sort of talk about your reaction to Leon's campaign. Like, what are some things you liked and disliked about it, and then we'll go around the table and sort of get everyone else's thoughts.
Yeah, Leon's campaign I think is probably the highlight of the game. And it is the meat of the game. I am a fan of Leon. Leon's my favorite character from Resident Evil, so getting to play more Resident Evil with Leon is fantastic. The fact that the game starts so it's abrupt, it's raucous, it's just like in your face with the action right away. It's an action sequence, there's the helicopter sequence, and then like a quick time event all back to back to back before you even get into like feeling like you're playing a Resident Evil game. So I don't think it has the best start as a campaign, but as it goes on, it does get better. It has its highlights, but it still doesn't feel never really felt like Resident Evil. Like it feels like it tries to get there, but it never feels like it hits. But it probably is the closest feeling to a Resident Evil campaign, aside from everything we've talked about, getting like tons of ammo and it just being action oriented and everything. But yeah, it's definitely definitely the highlight of the game for me, for sure. It's the most memorable portion.
Am I okay to pick up here?
Yeah.
Alrighty. I'm gonna politely disagree with what was said just a moment ago by Zamzara. I genuinely believe that, at least in the early segments of Leon's story, you are getting, and do keep in mind for context that comes from somebody who has a very negative opinion of 6 in general, so this is about as high as my praise gets for the game. I genuinely felt like the opening segment of Leon's storyline was very much a Resident Evil experience. It was a bit more focused on the horror vibe and the aspects. The zombies were sparse, they were scattered. There were a few little, hold the line moments, a few little small things you had to solve, things to find, looking around. It felt like it carried that Resident Evil vibe very well. Where I feel like it lost it, however, was in about the last 2 chapters of the game. I felt like it was pretty alright until we got to the China bit, and then when you had Super Mega Simmons dinosaur, that kind of
I loved
really.
that. I know people think it was dumb, but I loved it.
Yeah, it was like some of the Dino Crisis devs got in there.
It disconnected things for me a bit. It did, but yeah, that's where I kind of feel about it. It has the right vibes. It has the right stuff. The only part that was particularly annoying for me was the holding off all the zombies in the gun store bit, but thankfully, between all the jank of the game and just that segment in general, my stream chat made it absolutely bloody hilarious. So kudos to them for bringing the entertainment there. So yeah. Anyway, guys, you continue on. Oh, go ahead.
I'll try again. Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead, Shadow.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds a lot better.
It appears to be working. Yeah. So my experience of this is probably very different to a lot of other people. The reason I pointed out that I suspect most people probably played the Leon campaign first, which I suspect is the case, is because for me I didn't actually play this first. This is the second campaign I took on. I played Chris's first when we did this the scenario, which I suspect not many people actually did, which kind of gave a different slant on both these campaigns, I think, to a lot of other folks. Obviously, I knew going into it this was regarded as like the strongest of the campaigns, and it was obviously the one that was kind of most kind of old Resident Evil. That was the whole idea, kind of like this eerie setting in university. The zombies are back. You're kind of working out what's going on. That was very much that vibe, and it definitely came across. I think at times the campaign was a bit meandering. I enjoyed the university section. I thought it was pretty good, but once you got to sort of like the city street and you were like fighting in like the church area, that really went on for an awful long time. And then you've got the airplane section, which is just like, I don't know, Resident Evil meets Call of Duty, I guess. Absurdness. And then you get to China, and then you go through all that stuff. Like, there's so much to Leon's campaign. The whole subway section, like, it's just absolutely enormous. But we talked about this before about it being kind of a bit on the long side. I think overall there was a lot enough to enjoy. There was plenty, obviously, of intrigue going on with, Leon kind of going off the radar and bits and pieces like that and getting framed, and as you would expect. Unfortunately, my memories of Leon's campaign is forever tarnished by memories of Helena's sister, which I mean, like, I don't know where to begin with this. Not just the fact that she basically, the boss fight was fighting her sister naked while they're doing like pole dance moves in front of you, and I'm not even joking.
Very distracting.
Like, it was one of the most ridiculous Resident Evil boss fights I've ever taken on, and I've taken on a lot of them. Absolute absurdity. Could not take the game seriously after that point. Like, Chris's campaign, I've actually enjoyed a little bit there. Leon's game was fine, but you get to this whole sister thing, and then that whole boss fight, I'm just like, this game has just jumped the shark to me. And I just struggled to take it seriously from that point. That was where, for me, the game kind of died a little bit to me. But up until then, I thought it was actually
to the beginning.
I mean, not the beginning. I gave it a few hours.
Yeah, it's. I know
that bit really was horrendously jarring to me.
Yeah, I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that basically the first 3 chapters of Leon were tonally consistent. At least they were trying to introduce like all these big creatures, and they had this slower pace with the zombies and everything, and the whole section with Tall Oaks was like a giant sort of clusterfuck of civilians getting slaughtered by zombies, and it was very cool to go through some of those old school like horror beats. But once you reach, I think, chapter 4 with Leon going to China, that's when everything starts turning very action oriented, very fast paced. The quick time events get remotely worse during this, and you're fighting Dinosaur Simmons at the end. So I feel like the first 3 chapters good, and then later on it just sort of shambles and falls to pieces because you're doing so much action content in them.
The problem I also had as well is just like the general story. Again, for 2-3 chapters, it was like a bit ridiculous, but like fine. The whole president being killed and like Leon kind of having to like sort of defend himself, sort of thing. I can get that. I can see that. But once you hit to China, like, and all of the crossing of paths, of course, is all very convenient, and Simmons, and the Ada stuff, and it's just so much happening in such a short space of time. It's just completely absurd.
But don't worry, you get to replay it 3 more times.
Never. Well, I mean, I did. I don't think I can ever play that game again. I don't think I could. Well, I mean, I say that. I'm meant to be doing a base hang only run of it in 2 months. Oh my god. I'm safe for sale.
As a point of reference here, China is a vast country. Can you imagine the numerical odds of 4 people managing from complete random to meet each other in the exact same place at the exact same time?
I mean, even inside a city like Lanxiang, which is not small, you can see this multiple times. This place is huge.
Oh, this game was a big coincidence. Like, it's 100% a big coincidence at the end. How in the hell would Jake and Sherry even randomly just appear up here at this like heliport crash? You know what I mean? Like, it's just so
How did
weird.
Leon and Helena just walk off a plane that crashed and just walked off like, it's pretty standard stuff. It's for us special agents. We do this all the time.
That, my guys, it's called plot armor.
Yeah.
Unfreaking believable.
The script allowed them to stay alive.
Yeah. But yeah, I would say gameplay wise, I think all in all, I think it was solid enough. There was a couple sections that were cool. It was nice as well that you actually had a couple of like AI like survivors you fought alongside, like in the Defense of the Gun store. That was cool. How often do you get to do that in Resident Evil games? Not very often. So, stuff like that I thought was a nice touch. And again, some of the boss fights weren't too bad. The church boss fight was really frustrating. Kind of not a fan of that with the dude that like spoiled the gas, which was turning everyone. I was like, this is just aggravating. But
La Potizza.
whatever his name was, fat dude. No offense, but like, I guess.
Probably has a name.
It's called the Lepotisa.
Lepotisa.
Leave him alone. He's just a human.
It's a lot of boobs on it, which is weird. That's a weird creature. Like,
it's one of the weirdest bosses I've ever seen. And I've seen Nyx, I've seen Birkin, I've seen a lot of strange stuff.
I thought it was interesting that they incorporated the zombies into like a result of a BOW. Like that's how they explained the zombies.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of cool. Like I could like suspend my disbelief enough for that, and I was like, okay, this is fine. And I was okay with that. But like whenever the game like delved into plot involving the actual characters, and then we'll obviously talk about the whole Ada Wong thing. We will get there and all of its complete insanity and what was going on over there. It's just like I just think the game just really struggled to keep together.
Yeah, so the whole airplane thing didn't need to happen in this campaign.
It was done because
but it was kind of cool.
Yeah. Was it?
No.
Yeah,
I
you
thought it
just
was
walk into the
neat. It
cockpit,
didn't take
"Oh,
that long.
Everyone is dead. Well, that's a problem. Leon, do you know how to fly a plane? Well, funny you should mention that.
It was one of them. It was one of them creatures that was from the church, wasn't it? That was infecting all of the.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
somehow,
How did that get on
it
there?
was
How did they
on
even
the
get there?
plane
Yeah.
for reasons that were never explained. It was just there.
Dude, as long as they had a
Yeah.
Well, it
passport,
could
they were
have
letting it
somebody could have a regular person who went on the plane could have been infected and turned into one.
I don't
Yo,
think it was
guys,
that.
I think we have a stowaway on this plane.
Anyone notice a weird smell coming from the cargo hold?
Also, Drill, what were you about to say?
Oh.
Me?
No, Drill.
No drill.
Nothing. Why?
I was just asking, but yeah, that thing being in the plane and then Simmons just transforming into every animal under the sun. First it was a dinosaur, then it was fucking a fly, then it was some
A
type
giant dog.
Yeah.
a dog. I almost said zog. A dog, some type of chimera creature. I don't know what was going on in this in segment. Don't
Ari's version of
He
Grimlock.
turned
was in
into
there.
a law.
Yeah, my brain just went absolutely ballistic during this part. I don't know what was going on here. I just felt like I know he's infected with a partial G virus, and it was like a mixture of, because C is like a mixture of T and G, so he would transform into all these wild things. And I get it. We've seen this before in a smaller
It was T and
extent.
G?
Yeah, it was T Veronica and G. My bad on that.
T Veronica.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't
TNG
G, right? It was G?
G's was Dead Aim's one, I think.
No, basically it's like this: the T Veronica virus and the G virus are mixed together, and that makes the C virus.
Yeah, something like that.
You know,
Hold on,
Well,
I'm looking this
eventually-
up now because I want to make sure that's right. Because I feel
Uh,
like it's not, but it might be.
It is. It,
Yeah.
Regardless,
You're right. You're right. No, you're right.
you know,
Yeah, continue.
I expect someday that we're going to have a whole alphabet of viruses.
we're getting there slowly. Just give them like 30
Yeah.
years. I'm sure we'll
Yeah.
manage it.
Give them a few more installments. We'll get.
And then
there.
for every letter, they'll put a dash and add a word onto it.
Ah, yes.
Great. Hate it. Hate it. Don't
Just
know.
gotta milk it all.
I think the thing that was most jarring wasn't just that Simmons was turning into all these crazy things, which he was, which was crazy, but it's fact it's like he would then in an instant just turn back into a guy. Like what? How can you turn from physics? Science doesn't work like this, everyone.
I
I don't
think
know.
he-
I don't know if you were aware of this, but science does not allow you to just like magically produce like 20 times your body mass and then just get rid of it and just fold it in like what neat little piles. Like what?
Well, isn't it?
Mhm.
Isn't it like? I mean, the stuff that it gets added on is probably like growing. So my take on it was that he was fighting for control, and when he would gain control, it would just like wither away because he was in control of how his body was supposed to be. And then as he would lose control, the virus would cause those mutations to grow again. And then like again, as his will comes back and takes over, it kind of just withers it away. I don't know. That was how I reasoned it in my head, like growing and withering.
No, I could see it. Like if you're gonna make him like mass like turn into something else, we've seen this for 15 years. I'm okay with this, but you can't just then he doesn't. You just can't do. It's just oh my god.
Well, I didn't say it
anybody
made
else-
sense. I just said that's how I reasoned it.
I accept this, but it doesn't make it any better.
it's dumb.
I also
Like-
just pictured him as Jiraiya because it was the same voice actor.
Yeah.
so.
It's dumb. It's very dumb, and Joe, I'm gonna let you go. But I feel as though the best way to rationalize that is that the enhanced C virus just affected people differently because it had Jake's blood, and of course the DNA of that person being infected is different, and it's a rarity because there's only like 3 syringes of that within the whole game. So I always thought it was like, okay, this is super potent, it affects people differently, I'm just gonna go with it. But I just could not suspend my disbelief any further near the end of the
Hey,
game where he turned
Worst
into
virus in the series, C virus. This is bison.
Were those syringes all the same exact variant,
of
and they
the-
just affected people differently?
believe so.
Yeah, and it had Jake's blood, so it was a rarity once it affected
Not
the other people.
convenient.
Yeah.
Because
anybody-
for Carla, I just, you can argue that she had already been affected by the C virus, so it could, the reason she became like this white goop monster is because it was the same virus mixed with the C that she already seemingly had.
Yeah,
I don't know. To be honest, at that point, like I had legitimately lost complete track of the plot and had stopped caring.
Honestly, when you think about it, the whole plot basically happened because Simon tried to simp for Ada.
Yes.
Man, what a simp.
Simmons, more like Simpins, am I right?
Oh my god. Be gone. Be gone. Oh lord.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
I'm not even
Man.
going to dignify that with a response.
Did anybody else get the feeling? So I'm trying to contain myself here. Did anybody else get the feeling with the way Simmons' body twisted and morphed around, especially with his skin and whatnot? You were almost observing the twisting and turning of a Rubik's cube, because that's how it felt to me.
It's definitely the
Oh,
design
man.
choice they went for. Like that's a good shout. Like that didn't absolve it of any of the crimes against science it was committing at the time, but it was the kind of cool, I guess.
That's a Rubik's Cube I'd love to solve.
Look at it
Simmons cube.
comparatively, right? Look at it comparatively to Birkin. As Birkin progressively mutated from stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, his body stayed there. Like, he was fucked, and he couldn't really unfuck it, could he? Once it was done, it was done. So
Yep,
Shadow made
yep.
a very good point there earlier. A very good point. Yeah.
Hate it. Hate it so much. Ugh.
You and me both.
Anyways. Any other sort of notable facts you guys remember from Leon's campaign? Things you remembered, things you despised?
I just want to say, I kind of dislike, like, first time round, I was alright with, like, the opening of chapter 1, but on replays, it just drags out a bit.
It was the best part of Leon's campaign, the prologue. Just throw it out there. I
was gonna say, yeah, I can agree that playing Leon's campaign multiple times and you're basically forced into a walking sim, and you just want to go, and you just want to play already.
Yeah.
And that's why I kind of prefer the other ones, because they get you straight into the action.
Yeah, I mean, when I was replaying Leon's campaign for the first time, I was just like, come on, I just want to shoot some zombies already. Jeez.
I guess I could kind of say that I really didn't like this walking section either in the first chapter of Leon's campaign, because you go through so many motions. First, you have to go ahead and walk to the guy's daughter who's apparently infected, and then you have to do this whole slow moment of aiming the gun at her and then going to the elevator, and then there's another long cutscene. So I did like the suspense building. I did like the atmosphere, the tension that you are with these affected people, but it kind of made Leon look a little bit dumb, because I mean, look, there's like a zombie girl, she's clearly infected on this elevator. Put a bullet in her head already and spare yourself the trouble. It just outstays its welcome on later replays of it, because you're just once again doing this walking section. I am glad that they later put in the chapter select for you to skip past that particular portion, but if you miss anything or whatever, you're gonna have to replay that again, and for first time players, I can see that part being a little bit annoying.
To be honest, the whole earlier thing about like which campaign you played first, I played Jake's first.
Ooh.
What was
Mainly
that
because
like?
I mean, I actually enjoyed it. I mainly like started with that because of Sherry. Like, I wanted to see what was going on with her, because last time we saw her, she was a 12-year-old in Raccoon City.
Lots changed me.
I thought she was younger, like 8. I don't.
I
What was
thought
the
so, too.
confirmed
No.
age?
She was 12.
I'm gonna look it up now.
So let's see if Resident Evil.
Born in '86.
So
Yes,
wait.
yes.
Yeah,
that
So
makes-
if RE2 takes place in '98 and RE6 is 2013, I think.
yeah,
So that would mean she was 27 at the time. Got it.
Yeah.
sounds about right.
How old was she in 2?
Well,
She was 12, yeah.
12, yeah, that maths makes sense. She's 86. That's kind of
Okay.
that's kind of astonishing. You wouldn't think of looking at it there. So wow.
Yeah, well, she still has like regenerative capabilities from when she was infected with the G virus, so she doesn't
Well,
age as much
Oh
as
yeah,
I
normal
think-
humans.
Yes, good point.
Yeah.
We'll touch upon this on
Technically,
more
she
in
still
detail.
has G, but it's more like a dormant after
Yeah,
effect of
yeah.
G, like a vaccinated G.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll talk more about that in
Yeah.
To be fair,
But
though,
yeah.
on the topic of like side characters, what about people's thoughts on Helena, like just as a character, and obviously joining Leona's adventure?
I mean, I like Elena, but I feel like she could have been fleshed out more because we only see snippets that, oh yeah, she betrayed the government because she wanted to save her sister, but she gets double crossed anyway. I didn't mind her. I would have liked her coming back in another game. Honestly, of the 3 campaigns, I actually like Leon's a lot, but it's not the best one because I don't like the opening that much because it's too slow.
See, I think the opening of Leon's campaign is probably one of the best parts of the game because it feels slow, because it feels like those first 2 or 3 games. If you if you just think about the design of it, that's the one where that's the part of the campaign where you're not just constantly being pushed forward and pushed into something. Like, you're not just walking down a hallway to the next set piece. You're actually investigating stuff. You're walking around. You're people have said before, you're trying to figure out what's going on. By the time you hit even just the subway portion, and then even more so once you get into China, you're just constantly being forced forward and pushed and pushed and pushed, where those first 3 chapters have a little bit of backtracking, have a little bit of that classic RE feel. So I think that's why I like those first chapters, because I do like the slower paced Resident Evil games, the ones that build that tension and suspense that aren't just in your face action that you get from some of the other campaigns in Resident Evil 6 and some of the other Resident Evil games entirely. So even if you look, like I said, even if you look at the design, like map design and whatnot, you end up you could just see how the university map design versus the subway, which is a hallway, and the further you get into the Leon campaign, the more and more it the whole game seems to fall into that that Final Fantasy 13 syndrome, where it's just a hallway. You're just walking from one end of the hallway to the other end and seeing what happens in between, with no sense of exploration.
Unfortunately, yeah, I think that's why I appreciate. I liked. I got a lot out of Leon's opening parts of the campaign because I had done Chris's first, and that had been the adrenaline shot. So it started off heavy, and then the game kind of quietens down to be a bit more suspenseful, a bit more plot heavy. So I think that's why I kind of enjoyed it, like the tone shift. If I'd have opened up Leon's first, I don't actually think I would have liked Leon's campaign quite much. I think it was better because I did Chris's first, and I could appreciate the tonal shift more rather than just kind of being thrown into it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it feels like the pacing's better.
Yeah, it made more sense. It just flowed so much better the way we did it in the end.
It's not just like a total ramp up where you're constantly going up and up and up and up. You just start with this explosion. You get that little lull if you play Leon's campaign second, and then you go back up.
Yeah, it's like a good movie, right?
Right.
Yeah, I would say that I do like the when you're in when you're in the college and in the city, it kind of gives off that RE2 and 3 vibe with the city and chaos.
It's a conscious design choice, and it really does work. I mean, we're going to get into this in a minute, but you don't get that opportunity with Sherry and Jake, because the Ustanak is continuously been an antagonistic force that drives them forward, and if you stop, he's going to kill you. So you don't get that chance in their storyline at all.
Yeah, it's just a different time of the campaign. So
yeah.
And
something I didn't really understand about Leon's scenario: what was the purpose of unleashing the C virus on the Tall Oaks? He just wanted to go after the president. So did he really need to? Did Simmons really need to unleash a virus on the college campus to go after one person?
It was probably to send a message, I imagine, to
Yeah,
get people scared.
I believe so. Yeah, it was kind of semi like covered to make sure it was done and he was dead, but it was also a statement to like the powers that be that Simmons had like a lot of potential to do a lot of crazy things and wasn't afraid to do it. So it was like his statement.
I think Simmons also says that they can't know about the Raccoon City incident. They cannot discover the truth coming out from President Benford. So, of course, that's a way to not only zombify the entire Tall Oaks, but to clean up the refuge from there as well when they decided to issue the thermobaric strike on Tall Oaks.
Yeah, they were going to. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
just,
so-
it was a reason to them to just
Yeah.
completely wipe out everything there and just call it a day, basically, and try and
Yeah.
make it
To,
Yeah.
hidden. So yeah,
make,
there
make
was
an
yeah, you
outbreak
can't-
so that he was
Hmm.
definitely dead.
Yeah, you can't arrest Simmons if all the evidence is destroyed.
yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
I just want to bring up one little point about the fact that if you look into the backstory of RE6, you will realize that Derek C. Simmons, he actually nuked the town. He nuked Raccoon City back in the past just to impress Ada getting those panties. I don't fucking know, but that's like his whole backstory in Resident Evil 6. Like, he did it to impress her, and then she obviously scoffed that off, like, oh my god, you monster, you killed like about several thousand people, I don't want nothing to do with you. So he had that quest of trying to turn his previous like spouse, or I don't know who Carla was to him at first, but he tried to alter her into Ada using the C virus. So that's like something interesting to point out.
Apparently, it's his fetish, nuking cities of inhabitants.
Like a calling
Yeah.
card.
I mean,
Yeah, he has.
Sounds like a great fetish.
can you imagine that one being played out at a dinner date? Hey, baby, I've got a big nuke with your name on it.
I'm
Lord.
surprised he didn't just say that in the game, but
This is
I
why
digress.
mace and tasers exist.
Oh baby, what's your least favorite city? I'll wipe it off the map.
Yes, indeed.
Jesus.
In any event, yeah. So Chris's campaign, I've been looking forward to this. As I say, I played Chris's campaign first, and as much as I've got a lot to say about Piers and what I do and maybe don't think of him, I have to admit the Chris Redfield bromance I got a lot out of it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was if Leon's campaign was like the part of the game that's like trying to take itself seriously, Chris's campaign was not. Like, no, it's just light-hearted, chaotic fun. I mean, literally, the first thing Chris does is walk out of a door and just shove a camera out of his face. I mean, how can you not hate this man? I really enjoyed it, and that's not even talking about some of the bizarre cutscenes that happened later on involving Chris and like other people. Obviously, how awesome is this guy and whatnot? Just like complete. The game was just like having some fun. It felt like to me. The developers were just like, let's just have a good time, and I was on board for it.
To be honest, I have to say, when going into Chris' campaign, I just thought there's not enough border punching.
They have an homage to
I mean, he
Yawn,
kind of
though.
put body punch in the same degree. Like he definitely tried. Like there was, I say it was just the game was like it was not taking us serious. It was just carnage, chaos. Lots of fighting with dudes. But I think if I'd have played Leon's first, which I think a lot of people did, I think it's why it didn't really get over, because by the time you'd gone to Chris's campaign, you'd already played the game for like nearly 10 hours. And you just don't want that. But if you did it first, it was the first thing you did, and it's fresh. It's like, okay, this is fine. Like some of it was a bit annoying. Some of the rooftop sequences were really egregious, and I hated them.
I hated those flying things during the
Yeah,
rooftop
they
set.
absolutely suck. There
Lord.
is no debate about it. They
Yeah.
were miserable. But some of the the flashback stuff was kind of cool. I mean, fighting giant freaking monsters and that was like a little bit contrived in how they did it, but it was kind of fun enough. So I think I got a lot out of Curse's campaign. I enjoyed it for it was like like just like there was a bromance really.
I thought Chris's campaign was one of the most interesting things of the game. I can respect and appreciate Capcom for making numerous interviews saying things like, we don't want Chris and Leon to feel the same in this game. We don't want them both to be heroic. So let's take Chris, let's strip him down to his essence, and let's see if we can make him somewhat an anti-hero, because in the game he bumps his head, he gets like some PTSD, amnesia, and then we see the change of the character where he's borderline on vengeance and he wants to kill Carla / Ada. He wants this character that so bad that he's gonna do anything to get his vengeance on the men that were murdered by her. I just found that dynamic like very entertaining, and Piers slowly trying to reason with him and bring back the old Chris Redfield, which is very riveting in my opinion. The bump on the head thing, the amnesia, that was friggin' crazy. That was nuts, and honestly that was a big pivotal character change for Chris.
Wait, he bumped his head?
The amnesia. Oh, I forgot about this.
Yeah, I always thought it was him having like PTSD and suppressing it.
I mean, I guess
That's
that
what I
could have been
thought.
part of it.
I don't remember he bumped his head.
Yeah, he does. It was during the chapter 2 skirmish with the knee pad. At the end of that, when Carla throws the needle bomb, that's when Chris gets thrown by a giant monster and his head goes kaput. And that's when it happens.
Well,
Doesn't something hit him?
not really bumps it, more like smashed against something.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
what the hell?
I always thought he was suffering from PTSD and tried to suppress
Me
it.
too.
To be honest, I will admit, like the cutscene where like Chris is in the bar, the way he was acting, it made me want to punch him.
Yeah,
I probably would have.
I'm just gonna say I'm agreeing with you totally. When we were playing that live, oh my lord, the bit where he tells that woman in the bar to you should be pouring drinks and looking pretty. I'm like, oh my god, your chauvinist is showing, sir.
Yeah.
To be honest, I wouldn't have punched him if I was actually there because I'd probably get killed.
I mean, he would murder you on the spot. Let's
He
make
would
no
through
doubt
you.
about that.
I think
We would be glaring at him menacingly from a distance and just
But yeah,
pouring disdain upon him.
I think the idea was just to show how like much Chris had hit rock bottom.
Yeah, it was his redemption arc, really. At least that's the game tried to picture as his redemption arc. Whether you think that was the case is a totally different story.
But yeah, Ren, did you you guys haven't talked about how like you remember like the original ending for Chris's campaign they had in mind?
Yes, I do actually. The original ending for Chris Redfield that they had in mind in this game, I think the director was Ishiro Sasaki. If I mispronounced your name, I'm so sorry, I apologize. But he was the director of Resident Evil Outbreak File 1. He went on record and said that Resident Evil 6 was going to be the game where they discover a window where Chris Redfield could possibly die in this game. There is allusions to it. When you get to the part where Chris is on the elevator with Piers, he solemnly tells him, look, I'm retiring, I'm putting away my gun, this is it, this is the last mission, 100%, we're done with all this BOW bullshit. After a while, it seemed like they tried to set up Piers as the new Chris Redfield, and then in that very ending scene with Chaos, Chris Redfield was going to succumb to his wounds and die, but Capcom decided to change that, and the perfect sort of place to have this big emotional drama was Piers. So they did a role reversal of death scenes where it's like instead of Chris dying in this game, it was going to be Piers, and it's the new character, and we don't have to deal with any repercussions of the fan base with him dying right here. I guess Capcom was fearful of killing any of the legacy characters, which is why it was so easy to pick a new one instead, even though people were pretty choked up and emotional about Piers dying as well for a new character.
Yeah, they were certainly setting it up like that, and then obviously for the bait and switch, I guess. Well, it wasn't really much. It was more a twist, however you want to look at it, but they were definitely like, I can't imagine the world where they actually decide to do that. I mean, can you imagine killing Chris Redfield in Resident Evil 6? Can you imagine?
It would have been very ballsy, but yeah, they just didn't commit to it.
What, to kill off Chris?
Yeah, and I want to know if Chris had died and Piers had been, you know, the one to take on the torch. I mean, it would have taken time to get used to, but it would have been a nice change for the series.
So, before I lose all credibility, in this statement. I wasn't a huge Pierce fan. Like,
You up there?
I just,
Oh God!
I
How
didn't
dare
really
you.
connect with him. Like, I thought he was totally fine as like a side character, but like when he dies and at the end, spoilers, everyone. But when he perishes, I just because my friend was the one who was playing him, and he was like, "Oh, this kind of sucks." I was like, I
Does
don't
it?
know. Like, I mean, to be fair, I think
Yeah.
it would have impacted me a lot more if they didn't go down the horribly cliche. I mean, I was okay with the whole fact of like him getting like the lightning stuff was ridiculous, okay, and I thought that was like absurd. But it's Resident Evil. Resident Evil's been doing absurd for like 2 decades, so like fine. If you want to do
Yeah.
that, okay, fine. I think the bit that really aggravated me at the end is that they're like teasing, oh, maybe he's actually alive in this giant underwater base, which blew up. Like, are you really gonna try and convince me that he's somehow
Nah.
gonna get out of here?
But the writing was on the wall that eventually, no matter how much he fought, he would have lost his humanity.
Yeah, exactly. You know, so it's just I hated it that they had to go down that cliche route. Like he dies, like he pushes Chris into the thing, fights. He knows he's screwed. Cool, jet off. Leave it at that. But they had to do one more little bit to kind of tease us. It's like this is really unnecessary. So that aggravated me. But I think Piers was fine. I didn't go to him anywhere near as much as some others did. But like I've seen far worse side characters.
But yeah, ironically, didn't like Pier's voice actor actually voice Chris in like one of the movies?
Maybe I wouldn't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I
Unless
can't answer
something,
that one myself.
unless I'm mixing him up with someone
Not
else.
impossible. Like I mean, the
Like,
voice
who
acting
voiced
world
it?
is a mysterious one.
Like who voiced him in like the remember the John Wick one with Leon on the motorcycle?
John Wick.
Oh, Vendetta.
Like that.
That was a good film.
But yeah, Vendetta was all right. It was a reasonable last. So
I like Pierce.
I mean, I don't mind.
no,
I
I
don't
like
mind
Pierce.
Piers. I do find it funny that he was beefing with Jake the whole game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was what I was able to appreciate was that.
I think I really like that part because it created like a new rivalry in a sense where, of course, after the whole spiel of Jake saying that he really didn't care about Wesker, yet he pulled a gun on Chris after finding out that Wesker was dead from Chris's own hand, there was that moment where like fucking Pierce wanted to kill him right then and there. He had the mean mug on his face. He was mean dogging. He was mad dogging him. And then if you get on the elevator sequence after the fact, then you have like Jake and Pierce on the same elevator. They'll have like a heated exchange. Like Pierce will say something to the effect of, I don't trust you and I don't like you. And that rivalry was so heat. I'm not even gonna front. I just like how fucking Jake tells him, you know what, we'll settle it when we get the fuck out of here. It's one of the best things in the game, and I kind of wish that Pierce didn't die because I want to see those two like one-on-one in a fight, like no holes barred. Damn it, we never got that opportunity. Pierce the lap dog has gone away for another day. Real talk, it was cool though. It all stemmed from the protection of Chris and how, you know, once again, it was a Wesker interfering in business. And so that's why I liked it so much.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I will say we'll all have a bone to pick. I get it. I think I understand, but I do hate this whole Jake, I hate my father, hate that thing, all that sort of thing, and finds Chris, I was the one who killed your father, I'm gonna kill you. Like, really? He's been spending all this time, like, saying how you don't want to be anything like him, and then suddenly, he's the savior and everything. I get it.
I mean, your dad,
come on.
your deadbeat dad did try to end the world, so yeah.
Yeah.
We tore that plot point apart live on stream. It's like, wait there, you didn't even know your father, yet you hate your... It's like, Deadbeat Dad of the Year award, yet you hate the guy that tried to kill him, even though you don't know the guy. What the hell is that
It's
about?
like an obligatory, I must draw my gun on you to make it seem like he actually mattered to me because he's my dad, and I can't let you just abuse my family like that sort of thing. I didn't care for him at all. So weird.
It was very, very jumbled up, and
unless he feels like him killing his dad has something to do with him never hearing from his dad, even though we all know that's not the reason. But maybe he felt some kind of like, kind of like subconsciously placing the blame on somebody because he didn't really have anyone to blame but his father. And I think there was maybe an instant of, oh, maybe it's not my father's fault, maybe it's your fault. And then he's kind of like, nah, I guess that's stupid.
See, I would love for that to be the case, but this is Resident Evil. They are not thinking that deeply about this.
They are not. They are absolutely not.
No, you're right.
Unfortunately, so that's the way it is. But yeah,
But it's kind of just like a case of, well, if you thought of it this way instead, it would still have the same result. So it could have been that, but it probably wasn't.
Sadly. Anyone else have any memories of Leon stuff? This campaign?
You mean Chris?
Sorry, jeez.
First, one last thing I'll add is that honestly, it's my favorite of the three, mainly because it's a lot more action oriented. I think it's also the fact that Chris actually gets a character arc out of all three. Like, you actually see him change throughout the game.
But you know, one thing we need to point out right now is the fact that Chris could not somehow distinguish Carla and Ada separately. Like, he didn't notice that there was one character constantly changing their apparel over and over again, like, this chick is blue, this chick is red. I'm not gonna think this is like super fucking strange. Like, none of this processed in his mind, and that sort of fell on Leon as well, although he was like simping over some coochie, so I can kind of see why he didn't really pay attention. However, Chris, like, you're chasing her on this freighter boat and she turns from red to blue to red. Like, how much time do you need to change between apparel if you're chasing her in between a minute? That never made sense to me.
I don't think he's looking at the clothes, to be honest.
He's probably thinking, oh, she must be changing clothes on the fly to fuck with me.
All right, gentlemen, we need to bring this up. Since we covered both the Leon and Chris campaign, I have to pose a question that I don't think anyone has brought up just yet in this podcast. What did you guys think of the 15-minute Chris and Leon skirmish that was featured prominently in Resident Evil 6? And every piece of advertising, there was Chris versus Leon finally having their grand faded physical encounter on screen. Tell us, what do you think about that?
I was about to bring this up, yes.
Wasn't that like a
one of the big draws, like all these things, like, oh, you're Chris.
That's a big promotional aspect.
It's like the heavy promotion. It's like it was like a minor scene.
Yeah, because up until that point, Chris and Leon have never met, at least not in any media, and I don't know if they actually had met up to that point.
But they hadn't met. Like, they interacted over, like, but not directly.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit weird. In the files of Resident Evil 6, they basically say that Chris and Leon are both stuck in their respective sort of agencies, right? Chris is with the BSA, Leon is with the DSO. They don't really have the opportunity to meet because they have differing jobs, but mostly still center on bioterrorism. Just Leon has to protect the president and the sword of the government, and then Chris has to go around the world to stop any sort of bioterrorist threat that comes up, because that's what the BSA does. And then when you go to the files, it says that Claire Redfield introduced Chris and Leon together, and they only exchanged a few brief words. However, they had a deep understanding of each other's ideals when it came to eradicating bioterrorism.
And plus, Leon is kind of known worldwide because of the whole saving the president's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's. I can see his face being in like page 3. I can see it.
Cycling back to previously, what do you guys think of the length of the Chris and Leon fight? Were you satisfied with it, or did you think it was way too short?
Way too short. It honestly felt like something, they misled you in the trailers.
Yeah, they kind of had to do it because it's Leon and it's Chris in the same game, so you've got to have some point they like interact. It's like, oh, it's tension, when it really isn't. It's
they could.
Oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, imagine if they had made it into a full-on boss fight where you actually had to fight Leon.
Yeah, I think it would have been a much stronger game if it would have been if they would have been like fighting for the same side but for different reasons kind of thing, and have played that up throughout both campaigns and both chapters and the whole story, and not just having them, you know, elbow and punch each other a few times and then say each other's names and then shake hands and move on. I think they could have had a really cool dynamic there, and playing both sides from the characters' perspectives could have added a lot to that. So, yeah, I think it was a definitely a missed opportunity.
Who was the one who said they played Chris's scenario first?
That was me.
What was your thoughts on, like, he was going after Carla? Like, did you think that it was Ada at all?
At the time, I had little reason to doubt it, because obviously, like, Chris didn't really delve into that sort of thing very much. You were very much kind of just following the events. Which I think is another reason why I liked Chris's campaign, because a lot of the others delved into what actually was going on, whereas Chris's was very much you're living vicariously in the moment. You know, you're there with doing the bits and pieces, but you're almost as clueless to the plot as Chris and Piers end up being. Even towards the back end, like, you still don't, you know, something's not quite right, but you don't quite know what's going on. So in that respect, I was able to actually quite relate with what was happening, because like I was as clueless as they were.
So did you actually think it was Ada?
I could tell something wasn't quite right. I had like, I wasn't blind to the game. I knew that there was something about Ada in the game which was weird, and I could tell from having played so many games that it's like this isn't quite right. This isn't the Ada that they've had for all this time. So clearly something's wrong. I didn't quite realize they were going to go down the route that they ended up doing, but like, well, there you go.
What was your thoughts on the outfit continuously changing then? From Chris's perspective,
the moment I saw that, unfortunately, the moment I saw the outfit change, I was like, oh no, and I was like, are they really going down this route? I didn't want to believe it. I was like refusing to accept that this is the route they were going, and then of course that was exactly the route they were going. I was like, oh, for God's sake.
When
Like,
you learned that they hired one of their office interns to pretty much bring in one of their fan fiction drafts to work.
I think my fan fiction with Jake and Wesker is better.
Moving swiftly on.
Just leaning back in.
I guess so.
Yeah. Just leaning back into mentions of the fight between Leon and Chris. I do reckon, for the most part, that Leon may have been disinclined to meet Chris outside of the encounter they had in the game, because if you want to go through the extended internet lore, shall we say, the internet lore between these two characters, Leon probably gets home every night and has a new voicemail from Chris asking him to impregnate his sister.
True.
So, yes, that meme. I'm a dreadful human being.
Have any of you like heard the like One Piece parody songs about that shite?
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't say I have.
Oh, they're bloody hilarious.
Sorry, I will apologize. I'm an evil human being. I'm the same person on that Code Veronica podcast that came up with the tagline "Twincest is Wincest," so I'm willing to die on this hill. Yep, I'll die on it.
Yep.
Yes, let's move
yeah,
forward.
that seems like a good idea.
Actually, before moving on to Jake's, did anyone else feel like a build up towards the Leon and Chris fight when they were in the rooms separated by the walls and they were trying to reach the end? Did anybody else feel like, oh my?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the section where Chris and Leon is like divided between two rooms and you can't get out. There's a bunch of robots on the floor that Carla spawns and they will blow you up and you have to press a quick time event button sequence to get out. Then you have to race all the way down to the end corridor and beat either Chris or Leon to the punch. They'll award you like a couple of points and then that's it. I thought it was a pretty trivial segment because you're talking about Chris Redfield and Leon Kennedy finally meeting at once, and in the gameplay section it's just them divided by rooms trying to solve some low-key shallow puzzles. That's it. It's kind of boring that way, and I just wish it was a little bit more to it than just that.
It was kind of cute, but it was pretty shallow. and it was
Mm.
pretty see-through as well. You could kind of see what was going on. You're just like, really?
Bringing myself back from that very juvenile moment a minute ago and having a meaningful contribution here. Like, I don't genuinely feel that if that fight had have been allowed to play out to its conclusion, you would have had a decisive victor, because I do not believe Capcom would have wanted to have placed both of their characters in that position.
No, not at all.
Because it could have potentially jeopardized either something in the game, created a bias, or possibly some sort of fan backlash. That's my take on that potentially. The implications of what it could have meant for the wider storyline, if done properly, they could have made it into quite a suspenseful little thing. But it's weird, and this goes into the whole design philosophy with 6. It's like, I've always used a term to describe 6, right, guys? I've always used the term broad in scope, shallow in depth. And that's because there's so much of it. It's in many places where they could have an opportune moment to do something good, they don't really take much of a risk with it. Did anybody else get that vibe at all? Just wondering if it was just me. But yeah, continue.
To be honest, going back to the Chris Leon fight, there's just one thing we all wonder about that fight, and wonder about them is like, which one is hotter?
I mean, I'll go here as a straight man. It makes me feel strange things. It's weird. It's a very weird place to be.
I mean, if I had to choose, I'd say I'd take Leon's hair over Chris's like just ridiculous body muscles.
I mean, Leon is feckin' hot. Like, jeez.
He's got some things going for him.
Okay,
but...
We're running swiftly away from this.
Why do you want to run away from that?
Go distract.
Oh God.
Well, I'm just asking the real question.
I know somebody's got a fan fiction out there where their fight turns into.
Yeah, most likely.
It has to.
Passionate feelings for each other. We'll go.
I'll bet you money that does happen in a fan fiction somewhere.
Yep.
Somewhere.
Obviously, it has
There's nearly
to
8 billion of us. I'm sure someone will had a depraved enough of mind to.
More than one as well.
Anyways.
Besides all the fan fiction stuff that we have on board here, I wanted to talk about the cycle back to the Leon fight. I honestly think that they had 2 varying styles, and it's something I want to talk about with Chris versus Leon, where it's like I felt they were trying to paint Leon as the sort of nimble and quick, the agile opponent, whereas Chris was like the aggressor. He was the one throwing massive punches, and he was the one who threw Leon like halfway across the room. It all canceled each other out. They really didn't get like a super definitive hit on each other during this fight, but you could tell there was 2 completely distinctive fighting styles that they were going for. One is speedy and the other one is like super powerful, super strong, and if one of those like massive arms connected, somebody would be knocked out. But Leon was not allowing himself to be hit. So I was wondering and sort of pondering, what did you guys think of the distinctive styles being used in the fight?
It definitely plays into what you said there is entirely correct. It plays into very much their ways of doing things as individuals and characters, because Leon has always been more of a swift, nimble, and as of Resident Evil 4 especially been a government agent, he will have gone through all sorts of training, very tactically minded, whereas Chris is just brute force. Yeah, absolutely.
I know one person who definitely know that, and that'd be the Boulder.
Touche.
I guess before moving on to Jake's thoughts on that last monster, House, or I don't know how it's pronounced, Chaos.
Yeah, man, Chaos was one of the interesting things about Chris Redfield's campaign. It definitely raised the stakes to a high degree, because Chaos was this giant translucent skull of a mess who that was Carla's ultimate plan. Her ultimate plan was to unleash this thing and cause hell on Earth. And if it would have hit the surface of the water, I think it would have replicated to massive degrees and affected the entire planet. This was a serious deal. This was a serious thing. This basically made it to where once you understood the gist of this monster, it was the most threatening thing to the world at that time. Like, I would say is nearly, maybe not nearly, like maybe fully close to the same threat as Ouroboros was to the planet. That made Chris's campaign like 10 times more intense when fighting it, and it definitely was like one of the more difficult bosses in the game.
It probably
Sorry, I was
it probably doesn't matter in the grand scope of things, but I'm curious as to like, so a lot of these, or pretty much all these BOWs are the results of experimenting on humans, or a lot of them are. And I know like the tyrants are people who were infected with T virus and they were just like 1 in a whatever million or whatever chance of turning into a tyrant. But I'm curious, House is, or House, or is the only monster I think of off the top of my head that is probably also from a person, but is like a unique one transformation. And I'm curious if it was just like a nobody. Like, did Neo Umbrella also experiment on just a whole bunch of random people? And they're like, oh, here's just one person. Did they resonate with the C virus differently, or did they just decide to experiment differently on one person? And I don't know if that was ever answered, but I would have liked to get some more backstory on that monster.
Interestingly, with what you just said there, look at it from the perspective of Wesker, right? 9 out of 10 people who were infected with the T virus just turned into mindless monsters. But, you know, Wesker was infected with it, and he gained superhuman abilities, the likes of which nobody else ever could. So it could have just been that 1 in a million, you have the correct genetic coding to bond with this, and it created, for all intents and purposes, that boss in Chris's campaign is possibly one of the most dangerous things we have ever seen in the Resident Evil lore, even though we only see it once, because it's stated directly, if this thing gets out, it is game over. There's no stopping it, so we have to stop it here. So the potential for it to be dangerous is definitely there. So yeah, it makes something very fierce.
To be honest, I will admit I kind of effed myself on that boss battle. Because I went into it with no ammo whatsoever.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that was not good. I also did not like how the boss functioned either. Because when I was playing the final chapter of Chris's campaign for the first time, I was on my own playing as Chris. So it was very difficult.
Yeah. Just somebody give me a quick refresher on the structure, because we haven't made it there into our co-op stream yet. We are literally on chapter 3, so we're not there for a while. Like, what's the format? You have to kind of get it to a weakened position, right, and then Pierce blasts with the lightning arm, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah, it basically makes it vulnerable to Chris's attacks more, and it's like, he's got to weaken it, make it vulnerable, so Chris can actually do the actual damage, sort of thing.
I mean,
it's a bit funky.
As soon as I looked up a walkthrough on how to do it, I did it pretty easy, but
the first time you do it yourself is a little rough, but hey ho. Right, I think it's time to move on.
Yeah.
So next up is going to be the campaign of Jake and Sherry. As I did call earlier, I do think it is a bit Resident Evil 3 light. I don't know if that's a fair thing to say. But the whole
I think so.
It definitely took a bit of at least inspiration from it, surely.
Yeah. I'm gonna I'm
sorry.
just gonna quickly say that I'm gonna begin by actually putting a bit of a positive spin here. When I first played it years ago, my opinion as far as Jake and Sherry's storyline went was kind of, meh. But for me now, replaying it, I definitely feel but it does a lot of things right, despite some of the stealth segments being a bit tedious. And I'm actually not against the Ustanak as an antagonistic force. I really think him being the driving point of the plot is a big positive. So he's been added in, his destructive capability, what he could do. The fights were okay as well, you know, so no complaints in that regard. It's just like I'm gonna give that as a positive. On one plot element, well, there's that. There's referencing Sherry's connection to the G virus as well. Really thought that was solid. My one negative that I'm really going to put in here, and I'm wondering how anybody else thinks about it, is the game's odd fixation with trying to sexualize her at a few moments in the game. It made me feel a touch uncomfortable.
Think when?
Yeah, especially if you played the original Resident
When?
Evil 2.
There's
There's
a
a couple.
part-
There's like the shower at the locker section where like they're
Yeah.
changed and
I
they
thought
do
that
hang
was
on.
just more like a like funny joke because it's not like they're really. Oh, actually, no. Now I remember.
Yeah.
I remember her actually getting.
Mm-hmm.
Because I forgot. I thought what you were referring to was Jake seeing her change. In which case, I thought, that's kind of funny, sexual tension. But I think they actually do show you her changing. In which case, I'm like, I get what you're getting at now.
I mean, you do see a bit of ass.
Yeah, you do.
It's a bit of unnecessary fan service. I can get it, I guess, but it's like if you've played Resident Evil 2, it's a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It
Well,
is.
I guess
like-
so it kind of goes back to what I was saying how my approach to the series was playing it all in one burst. But I'm curious if someone played every game as they came out and like they played 2 and I don't know what year that released, probably in the 90s, and then they played this one where like I don't know the year, so maybe like 15 years have passed, for example. I'm curious the perspective of that person if they're like, yeah, this seems fine to me. Like she grew up like how I grew up. Playing it all in one burst, I had to try to put my mind in, like 20 something years have passed.
Yeah.
And it's hard to associate the person to like the kid. It kind of just feels like this is a different person. But at the same time, you're kind of like, oh, what I played before is like the backstory. So it's you got to get yourself in this mindset that's kind of strange. Not to excuse it at all, but just to get into the mindset of like, oh, this is an adult. It's kind of hard to. It's like the same mentality of like someone from so long ago, and then they grow up, and you're like, oh, I remember when you were like 5, you know. So
it's a little out of left field, and it's a little strange, as I can say.
Yeah, I could see both. I mean, I played the original when she's portrayed as like what 8, 9 years old, however young.
12.
So yeah, 12. So I could see it from both perspectives. Is like on one end it can be a little creepy, but it could also be recontextualizing the character as an adult, like you're saying. So I could definitely see it from both perspectives. I don't think I thought about it as super creepy. There's definitely there's definitely games out there that do that, and kind of you're just like, ooh, I don't know about that one. But like even Resident Evil 4, like looking up like Ashley's skirt and stuff when you're looking up a ladder, like that's like almost, if not crossing the line, very close to it. So I don't think they did anything with Sherry. I
don't think they actually get to
a.
I don't think they actually get to a point where they cross the lines. So I don't recall them crossing a line. I can see it being awkward. I don't personally. I don't remember having a problem with it, but I can understand people having a problem with it.
To be honest, like I didn't have so much like a problem with it because, well, I was 8 or 9 when I first played Resi 2, and I was a teenager first playing Resi 6, so I was younger than Cherry both games when I actually first played them. So
that's interesting.
So
Jake Mueller's campaign, it had some benefits. It was cool seeing him be a brash badass, and like in the beginning with the intro where he beats up the Juavo, and he starts talking a lot of smack. That part's pretty cool. I really did appreciate that. The real criticism comes in when you talk about his overblown vehicle segments and how boring and trite they are. They're full of trial and error nonsense, especially the part where you get on a snowmobile and it's like fucking it's like Ice Cap City. It's like you're going down the slopes of Ice Cap City, and then there's the giant avalanche of snow coming after the player. Then they introduce the fact that the ice caps are elevated, and then they start basically just coming along the environment like up and down on slopes, and it gets really hard to see in this section with all the snow everywhere and the blizzard and everything chasing you, and then there's the avalanche right on your heels. There's also a motorcycle segment later in the game where you could bump into one car and you're dead. You bump into any car and you are dead as Dillinger. I just did not like it. I felt like Jake is where they tried to get a little bit more experimental because they knew they wanted to make this vastly different from Chris's campaign and Leon's campaign. And I don't think it worked in certain areas where they tried to be distinct. I think they should have just kept it, relative to Jake using martial arts, because that's one thing that he does here, instead of a lot of vehicle segments and a big open world blizzard in chapter 2, I think.
At least with Chris's stuff, like you could kind of like buy that they would find a Jeep because there's obviously all sorts of hell going on. But yeah, like I really there was a lot of things that threw me out of Jake's campaign though, to be fair, like as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, anything that takes place in Resident Evil 6, if it takes place in a snowy environment, chances are I don't like it. With Jake's campaign, like opening up in that area where you're getting chased by the Nemesis 3.0, and especially the searching for the keys in the snow and then following that up with the snowmobile, it just none of it clicks for me. None of it feels good.
Ustanok, right?
Ustanok, that's it.
Ustanok, yeah.
To be honest, I hate that snow section, mainly because because of a snowstorm you can barely see anything, and then you're going up these freaking slopes where if you get shot by any of the snipers you just slide all the way back down. It just really annoyed me.
So let me ask you guys, what are your thoughts on Ustanok as like this antagonistic force? This beast?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned, like to me, just kind of like a cheap man's nemesis. I never really, never.
But
really
I
thought
actually think that it could probably take on Nemesis in a fight. Like I think they made him so that in a way where they're like, oh yeah, this thing is stronger than Nemesis. Like that's what it feels like.
I mean, like you're probably right, but it's like I mean, like if it was real, fine, but it's not, so I don't believe it at all.
It's not memorable at all.
I feel like it's I mean, Nemesis is obviously more memorable than Ustanok, but I feel like Ustanok is probably more powerful than Nemesis.
Yeah, which makes sense with the like advancement of that sort of science and that.
Yeah. Speaking of science, one key plot point that I do want to give reference to. I'm going to quickly mention something that guys mentioned previously. That is the playing as Sherry for the campaign. The only driving segment I got to do was the snowmobiles, and it was absolute fucking torture. The amount of times we crashed. The one positive was good stream highlights, but apart from that, no. One thing, and I absolutely do want to mention this because it's one of the parts that I loved from this playthrough, is seeing the callback to Sherry still having the dormant G virus in her body and it having bonded with her on a cellular level. That was such a cool callback, seeing her heal after that piece of metal was pulled out of her.
So I have a problem with this in that I get it and it's an obvious callback and plot point. However, if she can just do that, why doesn't she do that throughout the entire campaign? Like,
but it's not.
I know you
can't do it
when you're playing it because obviously it breaks the entire idea. You know, like in a cutscene, she gets impaled and she heals herself. Well, why isn't she healing herself far more regularly, like throughout the entire rest of the game?
They did this. I mean, at least in terms of story, that's not nothing. That's not anything new. They had the same thing with Jill.
Yes,
the whole reason that like Wesker was able to advance the virus he made in 5 was because of Jill's blood having like the T virus bonded with her
Yeah, the
from
big
the end.
antibody. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just cool, and I can get it. I just hate the fact that they introduce, oh, Sherry has these regenerative abilities, yet she only does it in cutscenes, and that's it.
Don't get me
really
wrong. Like even though I do like the callback, I absolutely did call it out as we were playing it, and I literally said, "So wait there, guys. We've just pulled a piece of metal out of us, essentially, out of ourselves."
Which you
Yet
should
we
not
have
do, by the way, kids. If you get impaled
No.
by a piece of metal, do not pull that thing out, for goodness sakes.
Absolutely not. But then we've been like on top of that, shot 16 million times, blown up, crushed, squished, and otherwise trampled. And these healing abilities didn't even kick into the slightest capacity, unless you want to argue maybe that it's like the whole Resident Evil 8 argument that we saw with Ethan, and there are limits. But you know, that's a hindsight argument.
It's complete rubbish. It's just like it's plot. It's just convenience of the game. It's suspension of disbelief. But I sort of just like, come on. I get what you're doing. I get the tie-in with Birkin, and to suggest that she's obviously different, and it's a way for the two to bond, because they can obviously, Jake can say, "Oh, you're different too." I can kind of get that, and there's a way for them to like bond and whatever. I was like, "Gee, it's so."
I mean, that's true, but also their fathers worked together, and one betrayed the other, which they don't know about. But
there's loads
so I
of
thought
links.
I thought it worked. I thought the two of them worked together. Are they the same age?
No. I'm going to surprise you here, right? I actually checked the lore material. Jake is only 21.
I could believe that.
He's younger than her.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jake is only 21. I checked that and double checked it.
Yeah, I guess it makes a degree of sense.
So when are we going to find out who his mother is?
I've been wondering.
I guess it was just like a Virgil scenario where it's just like, I just had fun one night, and that was it.
Pretty much.
You could say that Wesker was working on his early blueprint for some complete global saturation.
Complete global saturation.
Thank you.
Oh, Jesus.
Ironically, I think that Jake is a quote unquote link to the past, because they wanted to sort of embrace the Wesker legacy going forward. Yeah, they know that they probably killed Wesker off, so they messed up. That's why his only conception is there in the first place. Wesker himself is a complete unruly egomaniac. Why would he want to have sex with another human being if he deems like the entire human race inferior to him and he hates people? I never understood that in the first place.
They wanted Wesker to have a kid, but they didn't know how to put it in, and they're just
so they just kind of said, they're just like, here's a kid, don't worry.
Yeah, but people with god complexes, they still view other people as their tools. So, I mean, it doesn't mean he loved Jake's mother. He could have just been like, you're a tool to me, kind of thing.
He probably just had to, let one out.
Yeah.
To be fair, the deeper we go down this road, the more my mind is making it even worse. What was the name of his RE5 voice actor again? Wesker's RE5 voice actor?
Oh, crap.
No, DC Douglas. Yeah, I'm
of course.
I'm
literally hearing this. I'm hearing this in DC Douglas voice as I go along. I'm literally just hearing, "I have nutted and now I will leave."
No,
I have nutted and now I will leave.
You could probably DC or cameo to play that, and you probably would. So.
Dude, you literally sound like Wesker, man. If you did like a voice actor role for Wesker, I would totally buy into it. You're so awesome. I love that so much.
Pretty good.
Thank you. I pride myself on my Wesker. My Wesker impression. I actually reached out to like some of those people who do impressions of characters and do like videos of like those characters interacting. I was like, I could do Wesker if you want to like add a villain into the roster, and they don't respond. I'm like, all right, whatever.
I think Ren.
But if they want to, I can lend my talents.
I do think Ren needs to clip "I have nutted and I will leave" for highlights.
I could do it. Hold on, ready? I have nutted, and I will leave. Antsy.
Oh, what?
Chris, I have nutted, Are you?
Oh god. Jeez, you're creating some really weird fanfic here, mate.
Once
Somebody's
upon
written
a
it.
time, Chris and Leon found. No, never mind. Yes. Talk more about my son, my progeny.
Hey, you know what? I have a hot take here. I have a hot take for the evening. Jake Mueller, Jake himself, the son of I have knotted and I must leave. Jake Mueller, I didn't think that his character was that bad. I really didn't have that big of a deal with him being a brash, stubborn person trying to learn his way in this world after being thrusted into it for being a mercenary. Like I really didn't have a problem with that.
I liked Jake.
I didn't hate him. I didn't like really despise him. I didn't really care for him at all, like
It
particularly.
was alright.
I love doing
How dare you.
hands only fighting with him.
Back off, Wesker.
Oh dear.
I mean, I don't mind him, although he does change a bit throughout the game. Although he starts off as being like the snarky character who, with all the one-liners and stuff. But I don't mind him. His playstyle's fun.
I think there's one thing important to Jake's sort of campaign that needs to be brought up that is relative to himself personally. I think we need to mention his melee and how cool his melee system was, where you could do like a couple of combos and you can vary it up and do elbows and then heavy stuns to the enemy, as well as like run towards them with a command and like sort of jot from side to side as you home in on them, and you do like a tiger fist strike and you do backflips and you do like back kicks. And I just think that this entire martial arts system, while it ate up a lot of stamina and you could put on things like Kung Fu Master and make things a little bit better, that's what made Jake unique to me, is the fact you could do all these crazy moves and pick people up off the floor and throw them down and do these crazy somersault kicks to their head and split their head in two. That was the unique part of his gameplay, because I don't think anyone else in the game had his own unique martial art style. You know what I mean? It was only Jake in that mode. That's what made it worthwhile for me to play, just beating the crap out of everyone.
Yeah, he has like Wesker's move set a little bit, like references to his move set, right? Because he's the only one who could run, and Wesker could run. I mean, run in terms of gameplay. I mean, Chris is like, "What is run?" I'm the only one who knows how to run.
Yeah, I mean, there's reasons to like Jake's campaign. I think this campaign is more or less the essence of stumbling blocks between him and Sherry. They have this in-touch connection. They both are siblings of, failed scientists, whether it's William Birkin or Albert Wesker, scientists, not that they failed necessarily in certain ambitions and goals. I'm talking about they failed as in they both died trying to achieve the dream of the ultimate life forms. They are both related to these characters who are the main antagonists of Resident Evil 2 and throughout the entire franchise. So they were seen as these monsters, these absolutely despicable men who wanted to do anything for power. And you have this dynamic between Jake and Sherry where they don't like each other at first, but slowly they start to bond. Slowly this comes out throughout the story, and then it sort of turns into a love story at the end of the day, which made it very interesting to people who are into that sort of thing. And I thought it was just something that they tried to do that was different compared to the other campaigns, which was, a nice touch. Of course, you had Leon and Ada, but this was a little bit more deep-seated, so to speak.
Yeah, I would have liked to see more of them. I mean, they stayed. I can't remember. Did it hint that they stayed in touch at the end?
Yes, there's like a sort of text message that Jake gives to Sherry at the end of the game, and I think he says something like, "Well, my blood is now worth $1" or something. I don't remember the certain context of it. I just remember that she's in a plane and she gets that message, and then he rides off into the sunset with a familiar pair of glasses. So they do have each other's numbers, I believe, at the end of the game.
Yeah, because the joke was like he was going to say give him like a syringe worth, he wanted like $10 million.
I think in the end he just takes $1.
Yeah, that's what I liked about his character arc.
Oh, no, I was
Oh.
just saying, in the end, I think he only takes $1. In the end, he's just like, yeah, $1. That's it. I'll take my $1. And that was literally all he takes. As far as Jake goes as well, when I first played it years ago, it was kind of a meh in terms of his character, but it was more of a leaning on an offensive kind of meh. Now it's very much an inoffensive / kind of endearing meh. I don't mind him. He's okay. He does all right, and he does have that growth, and I feel it's a bit rushed in parts. I do feel it's a bit rushed in parts, but I can also make that argument towards every single character in this game, because despite being sprawling in scope, the pacing of the game in general is all over the bloody place, and it feels like a problem across the board. So it's not anything Jake specific, but it's all right. He doesn't really do any harm, does he?
It's $50. It was originally 50 million.
That was
Can't even get him a gallon of gas.
It was like that. I mean, but yeah, so Ada's campaign. Now, to me, this could be a little bit awkward because obviously some people went into the game not having any idea about Ada and Ada's section. Obviously, having played it years later after the patch came out because of the whole on this DLC stuff and Capcom getting into kind of hot waters about it. It's like, oh, just have all this content then, because obviously that was completely disgusting and wrong. Obviously, I was aware that there was an Ada section right away, so it wasn't so much of a surprise. But did any of you guys sort of play sort of at the time, and then obviously going for the game, it's like, oh, there's an Ada campaign. This is cool.
Yeah. Okay. So when
Actually has me wondering if anybody played Ada's campaign before playing everyone else's campaign, unless that's what you just asked.
I mean, it's a little bit like that. It's more like did you play the game knowing there was going to be an Ada campaign or not?
I think I knew about it, but I unlocked it the legit way the first time I played it, and played it single player. Honestly, that feels like how it was intended to be played.
Yeah,
because
it
when
was
you try,
not intended for co-op.
Yeah,
because when you try to, sorry, I was gonna say when you try to play it with two people, the agent is never mentioned, and he just teleports all over the place.
Yeah, agent just gets shafted.
Or agent.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was set up as a single player campaign. It's exactly what it was, but then they obviously kind of threw in the agent to assist because, like, well, the rest of the game is co-op. We should probably have this co-op as well. Well, they didn't anyways. Like, I kind of get it. It's Ada. She doesn't work with other people. Like, that's fine. But it was like kind of a thrown at the end.
Yeah, there was,
unless
there
their
was
name
lots
is
of
Leon.
complaints on release. There was lots of complaints on release about it being single player, so they patched in agent, but agent couldn't do anything. He couldn't interact. He couldn't open doors. He couldn't
It was
do
a hired
anything.
gun, and that was it.
Yeah, he could just fire his gun.
I'm gonna quickly poke my head in for this bit because it really will be one and done. I unlocked it the hard way when the game first came out. I got through like the first maybe 20 minutes, half an hour of the first chapter, absolute maximum, and just never went back to it. I'm just like, meh, you know what? I've had enough Resident Evil 6. I think I'm okay. And I stopped before ever really playing it through. So I will be, for reference, re-experiencing it soon. Oddly enough, the way that everybody just gently railed on because of the agent's inclusion, I'll be playing it co-op, but I've not experienced it in the intended way and certainly not finished it. So I'm just gonna sit and politely listen to you guys chat about it and hear what you guys think and maybe pop in if I hear anything interesting.
Yeah, I don't think playing it co-op makes it any worse. It's just that it doesn't add anything because it was never meant to. It was never meant to be there. It's just kind of there.
It does make certain parts easier though when you're fighting enemies.
All right, so I'll keep my opinions brief on the Ada section. It's like what some people have already said before, where they try to consolidate a lot of other campaigns into hers, and it doesn't really churn out the best, or it really isn't varied enough. It's quite repetitive in sections because once again, you start to get to this point, you already played like a good bulk of the game, you're replaying it just through Ada's eyes. but her story is once again through the perspective of her, where she has like most of the cards and you're just trying to unravel what's going on with her. And I felt it was rather lackluster, especially during the ending, because it seems like they wanted to take Ada down a path of her own character arc finally changing and undoing her ways of being this super mysterious spy who is beyond humanity now after she killed all these cocoons in a room. And then in that scene, she gets another call from another shady employee or employer, and then the hunt is on for the next big virus to get in their hands as a simple pawn. And I thought that was very, very underwhelming. You have the chance to turn Ada into a, BOW fighter, someone against this idea, and you just squander it like nothing ever happened. It's just that's the one thing about her campaign that crawls under my skin.
I worry or wonder if they have the same problem that a lot of brands do with their characters, and I'll use Sonic as an example because I've been reading the Sonic comic for years, and I get some behind the scenes like following the writer his podcast and Q&A, and it sounds like Capcom might be doing the same thing that Sega and I guess any other of these companies might be doing with their brands, where they have an idea of this is how a character is and they don't want to change from that, and as a result there is no learning, there is no character development. So Capcom probably sees Ada as the mysterious spy for hire, and so they put her in this scenario where the story should naturally have her like learn, but then they're like, yeah, but for the brand recognition she has to remain this way, and then they're like, okay, so she's not going to change. So I'm wondering if it's a result of that, or if Capcom is okay with her changing and just didn't write that properly.
I'm not going to segue us, but I do want to put this in, because since we are discussing Ada's character and the pretend, or the fact that people feel that she's regressed, I was just as a bit of background information, I was openly told by my stream guys that Silver, yeah, Ada's is the worst. Prepare yourself for it. But both you and Jonathan prepare for it. But just an addition, they do absolutely, with the upcoming re-release or release, sorry, not re-release, of Resident Evil 4, the remake, have the chance now to flesh out, improve, and maybe even expand upon to some degree her story. And given the trajectory of what they're doing with current Resident Evil, I feel they will, and there's a good chance there. So it's definitely something that might be on the table. Just adding that in, not going to segue us too much.
Yeah, I mean, going back to I forget who was talking about the Sonic comic, but I kind of feel like that. Yeah, so what Drew was saying about the Sonic comic, I feel like a lot of Resident Evil characters in comics, there's the whole idea of, you're taking the toys out of the toy box, you're playing with them, the toys being the characters, and you're putting them back as you found them. I feel like they do that a lot with Resident Evil characters, where they take the toys out of the box, all these characters, they play with them, do what they want, but they always end up where they started, no matter how much character development there's been. And obviously with characters like Chris or Leon, I think those are probably the two characters that have changed the most throughout the games. But most of the characters other than those two don't really develop very much, and Ada falls into that, I think. So I think that probably goes in line with the thinking of, she doesn't develop, she does have to be that mystery woman, that spy for hire, that is going to always be there working in the shadows, just so they can continue to use her in that regard, because if they don't, you either write away that whole concept, or you develop a new character to take up that mantle. And why would a company like Capcom, write Ada away when she's such a recognizable character in the entire series? So yeah, I think she's I don't think we're going to see Ada develop. I think it would be cool to see her develop more in Resident Evil 4, but I don't think they really even did much for her in Resident Evil 2. They obviously didn't do anything with her in Resident Evil 6 as far as developing her character further goes. So I don't think we're going to see that. If she doesn't show up in a future installment, I don't think she's going to develop beyond that.
Speaking of which, I'm curious now if Capcom really does see these characters as like not allowed to grow, and what characters they put these restrictions on. Do they put them on characters that have been in previous games? Because new characters like Jake definitely go through character development from beginning to end, but he was only like he goes through that development in the game he's introduced in. So
And
like
he never shows up again.
right. So like, are there any characters in 6 who have been in the series before who have gone through character development, like in this game?
I would say Chris kind of goes through a big character development in this game because he goes from, vengeful to back to that like optimistic side of the Chris Redfield that we all know and love. So character development is a bit of an important thing for Resident Evil, and there's been characters that have not been properly developed. There's been characters like Jake that is just a one and done. They show up on the milk carton and then they're automatically forgotten. Then there's other characters where they don't give them a chance to shine, or they die, or they kill them off way too quickly, like some of the villains have been in this series. The thing with Ada is that I feel like she could gravitate more beyond side character status by getting her own game. The core of Ada Wong is her relationship with Leon S. Kennedy. They try to exploit that in this game, but it just ends up going around in circles yet again. I have feelings for you, maybe. You have feelings for me, maybe. And then it's never really culminated into that one particular sphere. So I would like to see some life or death scenario of these two again, where it's like everything's riding on the line and then someone could actually die in this relationship, and then the other half has to sort of deal with some of the repercussions of what's going on, and maybe someone gets infected again. I don't know. However, that being said, because Ada is so mysterious in a way, there's not really a lot behind her backstory outside of her making that made up alias and having this relationship. So I would like for them to explore a little bit more of what she's thinking about all these bioterrorist nonsense, and maybe give her some sort of opinion on that and some sort of change on that, and they just haven't quite touched on that yet. I feel like they were setting up something great with her arc in this game, and they just failed the mark for some reason when she was so close to being on the cusp of change. After all, it seemed like her main sympathy point was Carla doing these nefarious misdeeds, and having a mirror of a chaotic person could have reflected in a way better, yet it wasn't really fully utilized to its fullest potential, I feel.
Well, that depends on if they want to. I mean, they don't have to make every game take place in the year it releases. I think it's interesting that they do, but I mean, if they want, they could make games that take place in like years prior.
Yeah, there's plenty of missions that Chris has probably been on that we could go out into, or like stuff that Ada has done, stuff that what kind of stuff did Wesker do in between all these. I'd love to play a game as Wesker or something.
Revelations is like a game is a game like that. It took place. It came out after 5 and took place before 5. So like they could do that.
Mm-hmm. And
or they
Revelations 2 as well.
But I was gonna say there was like one wild idea they had where it was gonna be Resident Evil taking place in feudal Japan, but that became Onimusha. It was gonna be called like Sengoku Biohazard.
And Devil May Cry was also going to be Resident Evil 4, I think.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I think with the main characters, you always see them. I mean, even in Resident Evil 5, I know we're talking about Ada's campaign, but Chris basically ends where he began, right? He starts the game on a hunt for bioweapons. He says he wants to get out, but at the end of the end of the campaign, what do we see? We see him sitting in a restaurant or a tavern or whatever, and an agent comes up to him and recruits him for another mission, right? So it's just this constant cycle of him wanting to get out, getting involved in something, wanting to get out, then getting involved in something. So I don't see them changing from that. I really don't. I mean, I would love if they did for Resident Evil 9 and tied up at least Chris's story at this point, because they've kind of set it up with those two games. But yeah, I don't think they want these characters to have a conclusion. I think they're more like comic book characters. They're like a Batman, a Superman, a Wolverine, a whatever. They just go forever. They just want them to be, forever young and fighting these zombies.
That's interesting because I mean, from the perspective of characters not changing, like Batman is never gonna kill the Joker. Joker's never gonna kill Batman, at least in the main comics. I mean, if they do spin-offs, they're adaptations, they could, I guess, do whatever they want. But from that perspective, it's strange you'd think that they'd be like, okay, Chris is never gonna kill off Wesker, but then he did. And like what we're seeing is the result of characters having changed or died. And I'm wondering if Capcom is like, I wish we didn't do that.
Yeah, I think they're okay with side characters dying or background characters. I think that's where they take advantage of the character arcs, the Jakes, the Piers, and where they should. Ada is a side character. They should do more with her 100%. But the main characters, I think, are going to say the same. But when you get into I guess that's maybe one of the cool things about Resident Evil 6 is that you have the chance to experience these side characters that do actually have an arc where they start in one place and finish somewhere else. But they never do that with the main characters, and it's kind of disheartening. But at the same time, it makes Resident Evil safe. You kind of know what you're getting into almost always.
Yeah. I feel like correct me if I'm wrong, I just came back in, had to just go grab something at the discussion of these characters remaining static, essentially.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So I actually want to add some weight to the argument that was just made right there by Zamzara. Okay, a very prime example of this right now, present day argument, is actually Street Fighter 6. If you look at the trailers and promotional material for Street Fighter 6 that are dropping, obviously another Capcom IP, we've still got Chun-Li and Ryu in the game, and I was talking to my partner about this the other day, and I was like, yeah, they're still in it. They're pushing well into their 40s now, and I believe Chun-Li is in her late 40s, and they're still not letting Chun-Li go. They cannot let these core roster members go, because I personally think, and I know a fair few will probably agree with me to some degree, there's obviously a large-scale emotional attachment. Getting people to let go of characters that they've known and seen for 20 years is going to be hard. Like, Chris Redfield is going to be one big one. And let's also ask the question of the fan favorite. What in the world will a lot of the RE fandom do when it's finally time to let go of Leon Kennedy?
I will fight in the streets.
Suicide.
For
Exactly.
reference,
Ouroboros. That's what I'll do.
I was gonna say
Oh,
for
geez.
reference. I was gonna say for reference, she was born in '68. So if Street Fighter 6 takes place in modern day, she would be 54.
And older. Whoa.
To actually add to that, the ages don't necessarily matter because they never confirm the ages after a certain point. So it's up in the air how old they really are. The last confirmed ages for most characters was literally early 30s. Like Ryu, for example, I think it's 33 in Street Fighter 3, third strike. So age doesn't necessarily matter right now for Street Fighter characters.
Age is just a number.
Yeah, mainly because they're doing the whole floating timeline thing, keeping things ambiguous.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Ada.
I have like a really love-hate relationship. I like playing as Ada, but I don't like all her chapters. It's kind of like a combination of all the worst chapters, but also has some good ones. That's my stance on Ada's chapters.
I thought her chapters were some of the best.
That's why I said I have a love-hate for it. Like,
I mean,
I
didn't particularly dig
I
it.
like chapter 3, but I don't like chapter 2.
I've played chapter 2 through like loads of times because, for one, it's the one where you can get the most skill points in a single chapter run.
Yeah, that's the one I don't enjoy.
I think the problem I had is by the point I'd gotten to this stage, I had been playing this game for well in excess of 20 hours, and I was just like, I just want to skip.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, after chapter 1, you're revisiting old chapters so it's like it gets kind of tiresome.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. Where I had I played all the chapters back to back, just in order: Leon, Chris, Jake, and then Ada. By the time you get to Ada's campaign, you're just so exhausted of the game. In my opinion, I don't.
Really?
It sounds like some of you. Yeah, I got to Ada's and I was just tired of the game. Like I just wanted it to be over. I don't even remember that much from Ada's campaign, to be completely honest, because I was just on autopilot through the whole thing.
That's about it. There was a ship at one point. Lots of goo.
True.
Yeah, I remember goo. I remember lots of goo.
What I did like about the campaign was seeing like a different perspective on other characters' campaigns, because you got to see, oh, what actually happened there, and then you play her campaign, and you're like, oh, that's what happened. Okay, so I liked it from that perspective. If anything else, I mean, like I actually enjoyed it. But what I mean is, like, if I didn't, I would probably still appreciate it as like a bonus for each other scenario. Like, oh yeah, that's what happened there. That's what was going on there.
Yeah, I like that idea of it because I love seeing the same event, like in movies, TV, games. I love seeing the same event from a different perspective. But I wish it was like a tighter experience for Ada's campaign.
You wish it was better.
Yeah, I wish it was better.
I like the idea. I wish it was better.
So tire experience feels a bit of the wrong words. You see what the hell she was wearing? Good grief.
Wait, wasn't she like freaking naked in the first cutscene she was in? Like,
Yes.
I'm like, why? Yeah,
I just remember.
Why? I mean,
I don't remember her being naked, but I do remember. What was it? Leon and Elena came across the videotape of Carla being
that's what I was
born
gonna say.
or like created, and I remember that one.
The very first cutscene when she comes on the ship, that little pod thing, she comes out literally naked.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's no answer or reason why she was, but she was.
She just felt like
maybe. I mean, they probably just wanted to, throw in a little fan service.
A little.
Yeah.
To be honest, there were like definitely some certain aspects of Ada's campaign that kept me interested.
her aspects.
Yes.
Aspects.
To be honest, there is a reason why me and my friends call it the fan service campaign.
Understandable. Understandable.
Yes.
I mean, when she's crawling in those vents, I mean, you definitely get a good camera angle.
Yeah.
They do.
The devs were like, "Can we lower that camera a little bit when she's crawling?"
Yeah, I was gonna say Capcom kind of knew what they were doing there.
Lower, too low.
There are plenty of segments in the game where there is a female character crawling in a tight space and the camera pans down. Does it with Sherry as well if you're playing as her in Jake's campaign?
Sherry, Helena, and Ada.
Pretty much
it
all
does
of
it
them.
to all of them.
Pretty much all of them.
And with what was mentioned just a second ago about the cocoon, it's only adding ammunition to the argument that Simmons is the ultimate simp. I mean, who loves a woman so much that he bursts a clone out of a cocoon?
It's all very disturbing.
Such a simp.
Yeah.
Simpins.
I like that. Simpins.
Does anyone here actually simp for any RE character?
I wouldn't say simp, but I would say Jill is my waifu.
I mean, I like Claire.
If I had to use a waifu,
Claire all the way.
Yeah, Claire for sure.
Claire.
I'm a big Arsenal fan. I've made this apparent on many podcasts.
I mean, I like Rebecca, but she pretty much hasn't been treated that well by Capcom recently.
I mean, she's only in like 0, 1, and then Vendetta.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, you might
Obviously,
Resident Evil 9 coming
unless
out.
you count like mercenary mode.
Yeah, but that's not really like actual
not
story.
It doesn't really count, no. But that's fine. But I don't know. You might find she might be popping up in Resident Evil 9. You have to say.
It
Kinda
definitely feels
like-
like with what Shadow that said there. I'm gonna add some weight to that. Add weight to that hypothetical. It definitely feels like with the tone Resident Evil 8 ended on that we are again not gonna segue. It's just adding to it that we are converging on something potentially big, and it's gonna be something big as well with the way 8 ended. So that's not outside the realm of possibility.
That won't be the big thing. I've talked about it as well, my expectation of the game, but I wouldn't be surprised you're going to see a host of cameos.
Yeah, definitely. Bare minimum.
Yep, you can find me over on YouTube, Black Shadow 993. You can also find me as well on Twitch at Black_Shadow_993. We'll be delving into a pacifist run of Dino Crisis, which I have not played in many years, and it's probably a horrendous idea, but people pay me $100 to do it, so I was like, sure, the hell. It could be fun. Could be a laugh. So that is that. But other than that, it's been nice having you here, and we'll catch you all soon. Take it, guys.
See you later.
Later.
Take care. Bye. See you.
All right, Brandito. So since you got here late, I want you to sort of rapid fire what you thought of all 4 campaigns between Leon, Chris, Jake, and Ada.
Sure. From I guess you could say narrative standpoint, Chris is the best one. Jake was fun. Leon, I could care less about because nothing practically happens in his campaign aside from revealing that someone's a simp for Ada. So that's the TLDR there. Just stop the simp.
Speaking of like character arcs that don't go anywhere, I feel like they introduced this concept of Simmons to counter Leon and have like Ada define herself as someone who's just not looking for any relationship, and that didn't change either. I almost feel like they were trying to build up Leon and Ada, and like this is the game where they finally decide that they're going to be together, and at the end she's like, nope.
They really need to just get together.
Well, apparently in a movie they said that they did, and then that was it. It's like they met up.
When I stand,
It's confirmed that the deed was done. Which one was it?
Yeah.
Damnation? Was it Damnation? Oh, Vendetta.
I thought
sorry.
that. Well,
Sorry.
I guess that's assumed.
Damnation.
Okay.
I guess it's assumed, but it also. I mean, they said they went on a date or something, right? They met up. I guess it's assumed that they did the deed, but finish off from that night could mean that they never got around to doing the deed, and they're like,
Yeah.
we should
you never
pick up.
finished.
We never got to that moment
You got
because you
blue
had to
ball.
run
You never
and you had a mission to do. You had to run after dinner. Like, how about we pick up where we left off?
Okay, Leon was left with a half sad. He was left with a half sad hand job. Let me repeat that again. Leon was left with a half sad hand job with a ping to it, like a phone notification or something.
Oh my god.
When the microwave pings in the middle of the foreplay.
Oh god.
I think we're moving on to the next question here. This is question 9. Let me read this off. Did the story and characterization ultimately tie together after witnessing all 4 campaigns? Did the various storylines mesh well or feel thrown together? Also, give your thoughts on the epilogues as well.
It's a very hard. That's a big question. I'll start, and then I think it's best other people expand. I feel like that a lot of the plot points in this game in general, from Simmons' overarching antagonistic, kind of role in things, to his overreach on the story in general, I feel like a great deal of the story in terms of pacing and its impact was kind of all over the place, and towards the back end as well, you started to see things being rushed and stretched very thin. Like, very thin. I personally have the opinion that this is the weakest mainline game in terms of story. And I'm gonna put Simmons on the cross now and just be done with it. He's an antagonist for the sake of being an antagonist, and it leads to a storyline that is weak. It closes, but it closes very weakly, just in terms of its general flow from the combination of all of the stories coming together. How does anybody else feel about the pacing and potentially how well it closed in and of itself?
Okay, here's my opinion on how I think the story tied together. So there were some arcs. It all was related to Jake and the C virus and trying to get that cure before this epidemic went into catastrophic levels. That was what the plot centered around, along with these connections and tie-ins to previous characters in the series, as well as Ada being the overseer. In terms of a plot and how they tied things together, I just think it dragged on for far too long. You're talking about like a 25-hour, 30-hour game to get some exposition that kind of falters a little bit. It's like off and on. Granted, I did enjoy some of the campaigns of this game. As we talked about earlier, I think Leon's like sort of gameplay and the things you could do with that particular campaign was a bit stellar. However, his story went nowhere as far as character progression goes. If anything, it was more about Helena having that loss and sort of rising up, and then seeing how Leon gets out of this tricky situation because he deals with women getting him in trouble a lot. So I think it's messy, definitely all over the place. While you have Chris's that is strong, you see the antagonists where it's like Carla and Simmons. Carla's like super chaotic. She's in it to wreck shit. And while I don't mind a villain having that substance behind them, it just feels like a little bit more could be obtained from them being built up. Maybe they survive. I think Ari's problem is killing all these interesting antagonists off before you have time with them, and Carla was no different when she got sniped from the guy in the helicopter. Simmons, on the other hand, once again, this is why like these villains aren't paramount to Wesker, because Simmons is Simpins, and therefore he was transforming into 8,000 different things at the end of the game, and he was linked to the family, but they don't really extraordinarily delve into that detail. So because of that, the villains feel weaker due to their own hubris early, automatically, and that kind of makes them stupid, in my opinion. That kind of makes them incompetent for all these events going down, and having no know-how of the heroes and where they are until they do. Then it's like a goose chase all around the environment. In terms of any significant impact outside of the C virus bombing China and all that stuff, it really didn't feel super pertinent to a lot of the characters in the story. I think it squandered potential, interesting ideas, interesting setups. Could have had interesting villains like Simmons with his inside connection with the NSA, yet it just all feels sacrificed at the altar just for the sake of having big boss fight near the end of the campaign instead of doing something relatively significant with them.
Yeah, I think them throwing in the backstory with him like actually being the one to like just adding him in and being like, oh well, he's the head of the family, and like it just comes out of nowhere, and it's like there's no gravity to his motivation other
Did they
than
actually say in the game he was the head of the family? I was always under the assumption that he was working with or for the family, and I was always like, well, who's in charge of the family and who is the family? And I guess the intention was that maybe they somehow dissolved after he died, but I can't imagine a giant like secret society would dissolve just because their leader died. Like, I thought that was kind of lost opportunity for
Yeah,
for
I don't
story.
Technically, that did happen before with another organization, so it is possible. But considering that this is actually family ran and not some random Joe coming in taking over, right? I can see that it could be like maybe in fighting and it just crumbles underneath because there's no established leader.
Yeah,
I guess
mean,
so, but
he
if he had
was just
relatives
born
or
into
any,
it. Yeah, so
Well, that's the
someone
thing.
else could come in if he
I
had
mean,
any.
if it
Yeah,
was a
that's the thing though. If
giant,
he had family, but so far there's no confirmed family, so
but I mean, if it
that's
was a
kind of
giant like thing, even if it was a small thing, there were other people. So even if it was like him and one other person, then that other person, is now calling the shots. Or if it was him and 5 other people, I'm sure those 5 could agree on, okay, somebody's got to lead it now. Or maybe they could just fight amongst themselves and they die. I don't know.
Who knows? Maybe we'll get Simmons 2.0 and Resident Evil 9, and we'll just
Resident Evil has so much like potential to explore past ideas, and they don't.
In this case, we have pretty solid consensus. I'm assuming amongst us all that in terms of actions or at least individuals here, right? Nobody has, at least since his demise, topped Albert Wesker as an overarching series villain.
no,
No.
nobody is.
Part of
touched
that
him.
is
Not even close.
part of that is because nobody appears for like more than one game.
Yeah.
Like
we
if you had a villain appearing in like 2 or 3 more games, then you'd be like, all right, they're probably the next big villain.
See, that's what I
They
really
just don't
miss.
do it anymore.
That's what I really miss from Resident Evil 7 and 8 is like there should have been a Wesker type figure that was working in the shadows pulling the strings. I think that was another missed opportunity to show, like they should have shown who manipulated the family in Resident Evil 7 to become what they are and who
That was
took
supposed
over
to
the
be
village.
actually that is okay. Technically, yes, there actually is a figure, but it's more like an organization called the Connection. They're behind all the mold stuff, which is why 7-8 happened the way they did.
Connections, you said, right?
But there's
Yeah, the
no
Yeah,
there's no
there's no
Wesker
individual.
figure. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
right, there's
that.
no Wesker sure though, but the Wesker in question really is just the organization itself, the Connection. That's what we got right now, as far
Right,
as the
which
Wesker
is
archetype.
far more boring than a cool guy in sunglasses and a black trench coat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
we
I
didn't.
if we're talking about arcs and villains for arcs, I thought it was interesting that Capcom released I think it was exclusively in Japan, like a series collection, and there were 3 different boxes, and each box was considered Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3, and they had names for them. So I guess maybe internally they see them as these arcs. So like 0 to Code Veronica is Fall of Umbrella, and 4, 5, and 6 are Threat of Bioterrorism, and then 7 and 8 are Episode of Ethan Winters. So I don't know if they see Episode of Ethan Winters, since it's only 2 games, as like a standalone or separate thing, in which case 4, 5, and 6 as Threat of Bioterrorism is like the in-between, or like, and if you were to say Threat of Bioterrorism is 4, 5, and 6, there really is no main villain. It's just like a whole bunch of filler arcs.
What about Natalia Wesker and Rose Winters from Resident Evil later in the series, what they're setting up?
The problem with Rose is that that's like 18, 20 years later or something, in which case, if we're going to jump into that timeline, then we're really like concluding things with all the characters up to that point.
Not necessarily. I'm gonna hop
Unless
in
they're
here.
older. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, let me jump in real quick. I think that there is the container in Resident Evil 8. It was also in Village as well, where they said the contents of the Rose container will age rapidly. There was that put in there to read. So I think in terms of like current timeline jumps that they say happened in Resident Evil Village, I just think that this is a byproduct of Rose getting older due to the contents being aged up. And you could say it involves the mold as well.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say that I was gonna pick up exactly on what Ren was there, because obviously 8 spoilers ain't gonna matter at this point, because obviously Ethan was infected with the mold. He then went on to birth a child who had essentially, well, no, Mia did, but fused. The child was fused with the mold
While he was dead.
a general assumption is that she has also inherited the rapid aging of Evelyn from 7. So they've basically now got an actually reasonably well executed plot workaround to have her possibly as a young adult in the next game with Chris as a caretaker. So I could quite realistically see a scenario where we have Chris and Rose both playing an active part.
Building off of that, they could even say, oh, by being birthed from somebody infected, she has a perfected biology where she ages up to adulthood and then remains adulthood. It's kind of like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with Guilty Gear, but I think Dizzy was the same way. She's like an adult, but she's only like 3 years old.
Not played much Guilty Gear, so that's not in my realm of expertise, but if anybody else can corroborate that.
He's correct.
Yep.
Yeah, so like Rose could be someone who, like, she could be like even 5 or whatever the age difference is between 8 and like Resident Evil 8 Village and the next game they come out with, and they could be like, yeah, she's only 10, but she aged to like her prime and stays at her prime thanks to having inherited like perfected version of the mold or something. You know, they could do what they want with this. When they're talking about mutations and biohazards and biological stuff, they could make up any excuse.
Yeah, they really can. They definitely can.
I didn't even think of that.
I guess we can move on to number 10 and go from there. So what is your favorite and least favorite enemy within the game?
Personally, I don't like any of the enemies in the game, but if I pick favorite just by design, it would be the Joalos themselves. It's like how they can just mutate just by blowing up a limb, and depending on the I think difficulty, they can like completely transform. Like have the legs look like grasshoppers, the arms with the stretchy stuff, whatever. So I can appreciate it on that little stuff though. But generally speaking, all the enemies suck.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I hate anything that flies in these games, but as far as favorite goes, yeah, I like how the Javo mutate in this one depending on where you shoot them, and they kind of adapt. I thought that was a cool take on Resident Evil enemies.
I like a lot of the enemies for their designs, at least. Like, there's enemies that I'm just like, oh, this thing again, but their designs are really awesome. Like, and I forget some of the names. I forget, like the thing with the chainsaw that comes from its spine, so it's like a whole spinal cord chainsaw. And then I was just thinking of it. I think they were called Bloodshot, and I think that they were kind of cool as like a dead end evolution of where the liquors came from, or because they're a different virus. So the Bloodshots remind me of like the liquor of the C virus. So making these connections to monsters from other viruses makes me appreciate some of these monsters more.
That's a really solid observation, actually. Looking at it, I initially thought that this was going to be one and done when this question was asked a second ago, because in terms of Chris's storyline and also Sherry and Jake's, I'm trying so hard not to say Jerry and Jake still. Anyway, in regards to their storylines, you don't get many unique enemy types, so to speak, because you've just got Juavo that typically mutate in a million different ways, whereas Leon's campaign didn't have that because you had the generic zombie or enemies, so they needed to bring in more unique variations of zombies and enemies to compensate for having one core enemy that couldn't mutate as aggressively or as dramatically. So there's options to choose here, and if I was gonna say favorite enemy, still, even with all I've said in mind, the Juavo and their multiple mutations were more of a frustration than a point of enjoyment to me. So they're out the equation. I can tell you my least favorite enemies immediately is those fucking pig things that you fight in Leon's scenario, and also a little bit in
Big thing.
Jerry and Jake.
I don't know what these things, they have a name, but it's so hard to say. But I just call
What
them
do they look like?
the blue regenerator monsters that.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah, I can't remember most of their names because they're hard to pronounce.
Regenerator wannabes.
Yeah.
That basically
Yeah, I
came
hate
from
those.
like pig body parts, as you see in Leon's storyline, and just run around
do?
squealing, and yeah, because
you
they
do,
come out of like a
yeah.
pile of pig flesh and form into
I
like.
never made that connection. I just assumed they
Yeah.
were hanging out in there, like feeding on the
Yeah.
meat or something.
Yeah, and they're like
Huh.
almost unkillable.
Yeah, they just keep
What are
getting
they
back up.
called?
Some
They-
weird Serbian name. I don't know how to. I just call them blue regenerator, but because that's essentially what they are.
Regenerate not.
Yeah.
I don't know. At least the regenerators just bite out your neck while those things just do the whole like face hugger shit.
Yeah.
They give you a suck.
They give you the suck. They impregnate the character.
Give you
That
the suck.
that death scene is
Lol.
pretty. One of the most gory death scenes in that game by far, with the exception of the fan. That's pretty like gruesome and sick.
I can't unsee one of those pig things putting Leon into the sausage grinder.
Oh,
I
Yeah.
can't unsee that.
You ever microwaved one of their hands?
yeah.
No.
I've done it actually.
Yeah, I did
I
it.
never knew you
It's
could
fun.
do that.
And me either.
Sounds like something out of like Gremlins.
Oh, we're also speaking of enemies, completely forgetting the zombie variations.
Oh, you mean like the
The
call?
Whoppers,
the
and like the
Whoppers?
Scream
Yeah, those are pretty cool
Whoppers and the Big Macs.
too.
Yeah.
The Big Macs.
I
But
like
yeah.
the Whoppers.
But yeah, least favorite would probably be like those lizard things that just run away and shoot at you.
They were kind of easy actually. It was just sprint into him, slide, and then you could actually do a special animation where he'll grab the lizard's head and he'll do like a knee strike until they're like knocked down. I will say, as for annoying enemies, those fucking crab like mutations for the Dwavo, where they can.
Oh yeah, they climb on the walls and stuff.
No, it's the one where if they mutate, their whole like upper torso turns into like an orange crab, and if they grab you, they'll
Lava
do,
Oh
smack.
yeah, those things.
they'll do like a
Yeah.
lot of damage. Yeah.
Hit those.
Yeah.
Actually,
Or
I
the
pulled
ones
up
that
a,
just swing at you like crazy.
Mm.
I pulled up like a list of the BOWs to to see who we're talking about and if we're missing any. And their
I do
names are
like-
quite interesting because I don't know how to speak Serbian Croatian, so I don't know how to pronounce these. But like you look at something like the crab thing you're talking about, and it's called glava smek. Like I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, but it's an interesting name.
Yeah.
But some of these mutations are really cool.
What a couple
And
Yeah,
of
they depend
Yeah,
on
I do.
where
Oh,
they're
sorry.
shot.
Man,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I do like the idea that they mutate depend on where you shoot them, like the ones with like the armored legs or the big arms.
It would have been cool, and I don't know if they didn't do this because maybe it would have gotten too complicated or difficult to program. But it would have been kind of cool to see like the mutations continue on the same Dwavo. Like you shoot its leg, and the leg turns into, I don't know, let's say the grasshopper thing, and then you shoot its head, and then it still has the grasshopper legs, and then the head turns into something else. Like it would have been cool to see like all these mix and matches, but I guess maybe it would have been too difficult, or I don't know.
Man, what?
But there's a
what
bunch
did
of enemies completely forgot about, like the swarm of bugs and
you... Oh yeah,
big
hated
beefy
those
like
things.
hunter wannabes.
Yep.
Oh, stupid bee thing. Yeah, because in order to kill it, you have to shoot at the bee, like, man, the figure at first, and then there's
Gnezdo.
yeah, then there's the maggot thing that sort of shoots out of it, and you got to kill that. Yeah, very annoying enemy.
I
Yeah,
think
you have to break the swarm apart.
Yep.
I was just gonna say, I think I might be able to pronounce what's just been put into chat there. I believe that is Rasklapanje.
Yep.
You are a better man
Yeah.
than I can't pronounce that for sure.
Huh. Something interesting. I didn't make this connection until now, but the bug swarm thing that's called Gnezdo or Nesdo, however it's pronounced, is very similar to the Dimitrescu daughters. Like they were like one thing that broke into a swarm of things.
Yeah.
But they didn't have like a hive mind queen or something, queen fly bug that and they also had the advantage of being able to come back together and looking human. This thing was just like a swarm led by a queen bug, and it could kind of stay together. So it's just really interesting that they're very similar, but they're so different at the same time.
Anyone else have any favorite enemies or least favorite?
I'd have to say I like the Napods.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
What are those?
Yeah.
The giant pink gorilla things that Chris fights.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, those. Yeah, they can be. Yeah, the ones that are all armored up.
They're pretty easy to fight.
Nobody's talking about the El Gigante wannabe.
I know there's like an animation where you can stop them in their tracks.
Yeah.
Why? The Ogromon.
Yeah. There's so many enemies that I just forgot about.
Why in Chris's campaign didn't we get Chris in a boxing ring with a Napod and just, mano a mano, fist on fist, just going
They
down?
should just reuse the animation of him punching the boulder.
That's what I'm saying.
Punching the Napod, like Chrysalis thing.
They have it.
When I was playing as Chris, I went freaking ham with my fist on the Napods. Actually worked really well.
Huh?
I just remember
There's also those bird things in the snow area.
Fuck those! I hate those enemies.
There's so many enemies. I feel like does this game have the most amount of enemy variety?
I think so.
I think so.
I want to say yes.
Yeah, considering it's spread across 3 different campaigns.
Had discount yawn.
I didn't realize it until I going back and looking at it.
Village might have a similar amount because it's a couple different areas.
7 has a nice chunky one enemy.
No, yeah.
Yeah. When
It's some
there's 3
variations.
enemies.
Yeah, variations.
So I guess we can sort of move on to the bosses because they're sort of getting brought up. But I would say favorite would be Chaos, the giant translucent skull thing that you fight at the end of Chris's campaign. And least favorite, I gotta say Simmons. I could not stand Simmons after a certain point. It just got very annoying of him transforming into everything.
I have to say my favorite was Simmons.
My favorite is Ustanix.
Ustanix. Okay, I like the fist fight at the end. Like that is
Ustanix. The fist fight against Ustanix was great.
The one thing I would say Resident Evil 6 got really right though was a tyrant as Ustanix. Sure, he's bullet sponge though, but I enjoyed fighting him because he felt like an actual threat in this game, unlike most enemies in the game.
The coolest moment, literally is when Jake is fighting him over the lava, and you're just beating the crap out of him, and then he does that one super punch and he falls in. That is the most hypest moment of the game. I'm not a biggest fan of Jake's campaign, but that moment right there is so cool.
Oh, yeah, another moment though, as crazy as this moment was though, is him fighting back the power drill in chapter 2, I believe.
Oh yeah.
He just literally brute forcing that thing back before he got impaled. I'm like, okay, this man got some guts. Pun intended.
Yeah.
Alright, what's the least favorite though? Boom. That's a good one. I probably will say Simmons because I just didn't enjoy fighting some of his forms. But I do like the fly form because I thought that was pretty as stupid as it looked though. It was pretty cool that he just turned into a giant ass fly out of nowhere.
Yeah. And then when you have to fight him as a dinosaur and you have to get on the fucking car just to shoot him.
Yeah, I don't like the dinosaur. The dinosaur was stupid. Get behind the freaking turret and start shooting. No, I'd rather fight him legit, man. Come on.
I mean, it is cool when he turns back to normal and you can just beat him up.
With how his size kept growing, I'm curious how big it would have gotten.
What, I don't know, like Godzilla height? That would have been fun.
He was already bigger than
Yeah.
Godzilla, right?
Like
No, he
three
was not. No,
Godzillas.
he is not even close to what Godzilla says.
How big is Godzilla in lore?
Quite big. No.
Just wondering.
Depends on the
just
movie.
wondering. Fair enough.
He's around. Okay, so he's confirmed to be 393 feet.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
And there's some iterations where he's actually bigger than that.
Fair enough. Just wanted the point of reference. I'm gonna choose the cop out option here. Is just gonna be saying Simmons like a few others, but at the same time, upon reflection, now that people have brought him up right now, it's made me think about it more than I did while playing it. Because at the time, I'm going to be quite open and honest with like you guys here and now. I was just sat there chatting to my stream chat while my mod was just powering through and doing most of the work. But that gets tedious as all hell after a while, doesn't it? So I'm actually going to pick Simmons as the least favorite there because it's like a million different forms.
Yeah, like you supposedly kill him so many times that it got kind of ridiculous. How many times is it gonna take before he finally dies?
I think you killed him about freaking 7 times in like one chapter or something. That and I don't buy him getting a monstrous freaking spike through his middle and then not dying. I don't buy that. Just don't buy that at all. But it's like, okay, now if we go favorite, I really enjoyed fighting the invisible snake thing. We fought that in our session on Wednesday.
Discount Yawn.
Discount Yawn was actually quite enjoyable for me because none of the others are really sticking out in memory. Yeah, the Houston Act was okay in bits, but the snake, I actually really thought it was quite all right. So yeah, I'll go for the snake thing.
There is an honorable mention that I was gonna put in chat, but I will say the helicopter boss for Chris. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that.
That is not memorable to me in the slightest. I know you kill it with like the grenade launcher, but it just felt, I don't know if I would say out of place because like Chris's game was like just a military shoot 'em up anyway in the first place with BOWs, but it just didn't feel fun to me. It was just something about it that was just like boring, constantly like going down the ladder, getting more grenade ammo, and then you gotta dodge out of the way of the missiles. So even when you kill it, it doesn't feel like rewarding as some of the other bosses. So I have to say that one is also kind of a resident sleeper.
Totally forgotten about that one as well. We also did that on Wednesday, and now that I think about it, upon reflection, we just stood there because we were playing on standard difficulty, both unloaded about 8 grenades into it, and then we were done. And it was just like, yeah, totally forgotten about it until you mentioned it there, Rennet. That's how forgettable it is.
Fighting him on professional or the helicopter on professional, you have like no ammo. You gotta keep jumping down and waiting for it to respawn, and then he will unload missiles that can probably kill you if you're in the way. So it's just such an annoying fight. I don't think it's good at all.
I'll politely pass on that at a higher difficulty, I think.
But again,
Like the Agromon battle.
Yeah, Agromon was cool, but before you cut in, Gidge wanted to add in his point of
Oh yeah, go ahead.
the boss that he had.
The infected shark or fish or whatever it was in Leon's campaign, which is basically just a quick time event fight.
Yeah.
Yep, Leon 3.
No reason it to be in that campaign at all. It's just there. Yes,
That was not fun.
Agromons were cool
it's
too.
just a quick time event and it's pointless.
Yeah, the fish creature is. You press the buttons, he's dead. But that's it. He might be kind of shocking if you're playing as Leon because you're trying to swim away from him, but if you have a competent Helena, then he's nothing, pretty much.
Yeah.
Was certainly shocking for me, but then again, that's because I've had a lifelong phobia of fish, so that wasn't fun.
Oh man!
I mean, you can have a competent AI if you have infinite ammo and you I don't remember if you can assign them weapons in 6. I know in 5, I would just give Sheva of like the strongest magnum because the AI had the best aim. So just give her the strongest infinite magnum, and it was like having the best partner. But I don't remember in 6 you can't assign weapons to
No,
your
No.
partner, right?
system in Resident Evil 6.
I'm pretty sure AI have infinite ammo anyway, though.
Yeah, even when you use infinite ammo, though, the AI is not adjusted to realizing it has infinite ammo. So they'll still try to use like handguns and stuff before using a magnum. It's like, you have infinite, just used a magnum. And they're like, no, I was programmed to use this handgun first. Like,
Yeah, the joys of AI. Just gonna quickly give a very, very small, unrelated shout out here in terms of Sheva being mentioned. Yeah, yes, she hoovered your ammo, but god damn could that woman hit things when she aimed at them. I'm gonna give credit there.
Mm-hmm.
And
She was
that
accurate.
ass.
ammo was good. I mean, aiming was good, not ammo.
Ass was good stuff. Eh?
Yes.
All right then. So, any more bosses before we move on?
I mentioned Agramon, and I think one of the reasons I like it is because of other stuff around it. I did like the concept of, I have to utilize the terrain to actually get my hits in, but I liked how that was the first time that Sherry and Jake worked with Chris and Piers, and then I liked in the Mercenaries, like seeing Agramon coming from like outside the map and just hanging out there, like sniping it before it got onto the map. So like I liked him for other reasons, you know. But his boss battle was fun because I did, like I said, I did like sneaking through the buildings and having to like get a clear shot on him.
I like ripping the spines out of Agramons in the area.
Yeah,
that was cool too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
Great fun.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
mean, just ripping out anyone's spine's fun.
Yeah, and then they just turn into sludge.
Mm. Delicious.
It's one of the rare few bosses you can actually fight with 4 people if you can manage to actually connect to them.
Man, if only I knew 4 people.
Oh yeah, the
and if only
crossover
I knew
system.
one person.
Yeah, it's a cool idea, but it's very rarely used.
Yep, and DMC5 also tried to use it as well, and is also a rare thing. So I don't know. Hopefully Capcom gets the system right in the future, but I just feel like it's in short supply for how they utilized it. But speaking of mechanics, we're gonna talk about the guns and the combat and how they felt. Did you like or dislike the weapon variety in the combat? There's one thing I want to point out. Them adding parries to this game brought a whole new dynamic. I just love an enemy jumping at me like a bloodshot and doing like a counter suplex and killing it. That is amazing.
Yeah, like
I have a I
sorry.
had an issue with the quick time events though. Like especially on the older gens, even if you press a button on Q, sometimes the game just will not register it. So I'm thinking that there's quite a bit of lag, like integrated with the quick time events.
Yeah, like honestly, even today I'm still discovering stuff about RE6. Like the bloodshot thing I didn't know about, and I thought that was cool.
What?
But yeah, the combat's probably the
like
best in terms
how
of
it
the
looked like a
action
liquor?
game. Yeah.
No, yeah, the fact that he jumps at you and you could just parry him and kill it. That's one of the cool things about the game. And also, I think if you stun him, you'll do. They have these moves called coup de grace, which is like a special finisher. So Leon would do like a back kick where he would yell at, like he would make this loud sort of lion yell when he kicks someone, and that was a coup de grace, and that's like a heavy stunner finisher that you could do to certain people. So I thought that was nice. It was nice.
But I will say, honestly, it's probably the best combat system the series has ever had, by far.
For action, yes, I agree.
Yeah, for action oriented RE, it's the best it's ever been. Like
I disagree with that notion because honestly, the game just does not flow well a lot with its mechanics.
I mean,
Each their own.
in terms of their options and the stuff you could do, I mean, like I said, 5 was great, but the fact that I could move and shoot and parry and just do all this crazy shit,
Yeah, options is fine. Execution is just the issue. Like it's so. Like thank God we can move and shoot now.
I don't know. I never had this problem of the execution or lag of the quick time.
I will admit there is some funny stuff, like the fact that you can jump back and just crawl on the ground for no reason.
Like I felt quick time. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I felt like quick time events were more annoying in cutscenes than they are in gameplay. Like just some of them are bad.
Remember to when you're like, oh, you got to disable this like machine, you gotta press the button like 3 or 4 times and you better not screw it up.
Yeah, that part for Chris was annoying.
I don't like quick time events to begin with, but I honestly, like you guys were talking about at the top of the podcast, like a cover system. I totally forgot there was a cover system in this game. I totally forgot you could parry in this game. The options are good, but like Hassan saying, it's just not. It's clunky. It's all put together super clunky. Nothing feels like a good flow. Like something like Resident Evil 4 does. Like there's just no flow to the combat at all. Even Resident Evil 5 does it a little bit better, I think. I think it's like the gameplay mechanics and the gunplay and everything. The combat suffers from the same thing the story and the game in general does, where it's just trying to do too much at one time, and it makes it all fall apart or just not feel like it's put together very well.
See, I like the combat. I like the combat side. Like once again, when people jump at me, I parry them or I do heavy stuns. I just totally got that mechanic. It's like it's snapped and ingrained in my head. Like that's fine, but I can tell you I don't like the cover system. I don't know what they were thinking. Where it's like you snap into cover like glue, and you have to press like 6 buttons to peek out and sort of like aim at the opponents or whatever. I don't like that. And I know someone compared it to Gears of War earlier, but I think Gears did that better, where it's like, is one context button, you just run up, press A, take cover, and you can pop up and do blind fire, or you can just pop out of cover. It's easy to do, whereas this one, they decided, hey, let's put 6 buttons where you move around and you sort of aim out of cover, and then you have to sort of press the up analog stick. That's just really annoying. So there's some symmetry in what you can do, and then in other parts where it should be relevant to being a third-person shooter is not.
Yeah, there's just so many games from this era that Resident Evil 6 borrowed from that there's so many other games that Resident Evil 6 borrows from that do what Resident Evil 6 was trying to borrow from them, and they just do it so much better. Gears of War does the cover system better. Other games do parry systems better, even from this era. So I think it stands out a lot more in Resident Evil 6 on how poorly things are done. So yeah, I couldn't mesh with it. I also don't like the and I didn't like this in 5 either, but the pop-up kind of menu that comes up in the middle of the action. So trying to change weapons or equip a grenade or use a healing item in the middle of all the chaos, I understand it heightens the tension and increases the stakes for any given moment, but I think it detracts far more than it adds. I hate those kind of contextual menus that pop up on screen in the middle of action. And I don't think they ever really work out well, because it goes back to that thing of having one button to do too many things.
I mean, on console, you can use D-pad to quick switch to guns in Resi 5.
Yeah,
I mean, don't a lot of games use one button and they do it right though? Like, I don't think you need to have different buttons do too many different things, at least for environmental like things.
I think this is just kind of a fault of, well, with 5 and 6, you kind of gotta play with a human, so you can't pause the game. So they decided to make this inventory system where you can map out things. Granted, I think it's a little bit easier to do in 6 than 5 because it's like if you don't have things mapped to left, right, up, and down, then you have to basically stand there in real time and do them in the menu, where it's like anything could attack you if you're not safe. So it's a little bit of micromanagement.
Well, I think a lot of Resident Evil games, 6 included, are also somewhat products of the time, and in that sense, I mean like what other games were doing at the time, and them trying to like either compete or do their version of it. So like, I mean, I don't really know what was around at the time of the first bunch of Resident Evil games, but I mean, it was maybe similar to other stuff, but then 4 kind of reinvented it, and then 5 I feel like was doing what other shooters at the time were sort of doing, and then 6 was like, yeah, let's, they're improving on their formula, let's kind of do our version or our take on their improvements. And then 7 came along and was like, oh, everybody loves this PT thing, so let's reinvent it again and make our version of PT. And it's like, just stick with what you had. It was good. But
I mean,
7 was good, so I mean,
everything up to 4, I don't think was really emulating anything other than itself. But 5 onwards for sure. 5 and 6 with the action, the cover systems, the parries, all of that. Then, like you said, 7 with the kind of the walking simulator situation. I think that's why 8 is so good. Not to kind of talk about too many other Resident Evil games, but
right.
8 I think is a nice middle ground between the walking simulator that 7 is, the horror that those first 0 through 3 are, and the action of 4, 5, and 6, I should say. So like 8 feels like the culmination of all that.
Horror games seem to evolve over time because I don't know if new ideas are made or if old ideas become stale or both maybe. And we definitely see that with Resident Evil. Isn't Resident Evil one of the longest running horror video game franchises? So that's probably why their formula changes so much, because the idea of horror seems to constantly change. And it seems at one point around the time of 5 and 6, they weren't quite sure, I guess, like what to do. Although personally, I loved 5, and I think 6 was still a decent game. Even if like a lot of people's arguments are that it wasn't a good Resident Evil game, and I'm like, okay, but was it a good game? And sometimes they're like, yeah, I mean, it definitely had its faults, but it would have been a good action game with horror elements otherwise if it didn't have the Resident Evil name tag to it. Like you could say the same thing about DMC. People disliked it because it was like trying to be a Devil May Cry game. It's like, well, if you take the title of DMC and just call it like Demon Man or something, and it's like, oh, this is a cool like new concept. So I don't know. I don't think it was. I think a lot of people get upset about what Resident Evil 6 was for being a Resident Evil game.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where I'm caught in between two positions, because as much as I want Resident Evil to just be Resident Evil, like the first games were, I always appreciate them trying something new, in like they did when 5 and 6. Like I want them to try new things. I don't want them to be afraid to experiment with the IP. Like I'm gonna buy every single game, I'm gonna play every single game, whether it's good or bad. But you do have your favorites. Like in 6 is just not one of my favorites.
Yeah, I didn't dislike 6, and I think because I loved the Mercenaries so much that I liked 6 a lot, because it had the Mercenaries, and it was just like the Mercenaries 2.0 for me, because it was a different take on it for all the other reasons I mentioned before, with the lack of environmental interactions, but the inclusion of all these new melee options. So Resident Evil 6 to me was Mercenaries 2.0.
It is absolutely going into what you guys were talking about a minute ago about the games changing with the times. It has absolutely been mentioned before, even on this podcast, and as recently as Resident Evil 5, that was just a few weeks ago, that these games have evolved with time and changing trends. And I hadn't really thought about it as much from that perspective until, to be honest, it was Shadow that brought it up to me during like 5, and I was like, yeah, it's got a really good point there. And another good, very prime example of the series changing with times and adapting is when the Walking Dead Telltale series popularized episodic content. And then obviously we had
Yeah.
Revelations going
Revelations.
episodic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I want to agree with 2 earlier points that were mentioned here, absolutely, both from Ren and Brendel. One, not even Jesus could save that cover system. It's a mess. And I'm sure, Brendel, you had a criticism earlier. I'm trying to remember because it was about 5-10 minutes or so ago now. I'm trying to remember what was one of your earlier criticisms, because I had a really good
Again,
point
no
about
flow
it.
to it.
Yes, combat was not, despite them making it a much more liberal system in terms of you could do it on the fly without a QTE prompt being required. That free execution was executed so poorly. I really did prefer the much more tightened QTE kind of combat system that you had in 5, and see it kind of watered down, expanded, yet at the same time so greatly uncoordinated in 6. Not a huge fan of that at all. And weapons fall into this. Yes, they do. Weapons fall into this question. Had a big gripe with weapons. Now, if there's one place where I feel 6 actually falls short, comparatively to its direct predecessor, 5, it's the weapon front. Like, in 5, you had such a unbelievable variety of weapons of many different types and categories to choose from that could be tailor-made to almost any situation. Whereas in 6, with a few character-exclusive weapons notwithstanding, it was pretty much just like, oh yeah, everybody's just basically getting a much more limited, reskinned variation of the same group of weapons with a few different functionalities. Say, for example, Leon's machine gun had an underslung grenade launcher built into it, or he could dual wield, but each shot while dual wielding was a bit weaker. Or, Helena had the Hydra shotgun. So everybody just got the same kind of pool, and it felt far shallower to me. Did anybody else notice that with the weapons, or feel that way with the weapons, or was it just me?
I kind of disagree, actually. And I'm gonna explain why. The reason why I disagree is because it is a wider pool of weapons for RE6, and I think this is due in turn to the skill system that they introduced in this game, where you had to put certain perks on guns in order to make them more efficient, which is fine because you can equate it to the upgrading system in RE5. But to me personally, they have a gun for each and every single scenario: shotgun, magnum, sniper, etc. But there are characters that get exclusive weapons that are kind of weird. Like, I think there's guns that only certain people get, or weapons only certain people get, like Sherry gets the baton, but you can't use it as anyone else. So that is the weird question that I thought of, like, why is there certain exclusive guns? I guess to put variety in the gameplay of that character, like, but you can't use this weapon, it's not interchangeable, which is kind of a little bit lame.
That's a pretty solid counterpoint, actually. I didn't necessarily look at it from that perspective, so that's pretty solid. That's pretty solid, yeah.
Personally, though, I'm not a fan of a lot of the weapons. I just dislike the idea of I can customize my characters to use whatever gun I want, because some characters have much better guns than others, depending on the category or just altogether. For example, Chris, Pierce, and Jake have probably the strongest loadouts in single player. So, like Chris, for example, has probably the best handgun. Of course, Pierce because it's the same handgun, right? Whereas like Helena and Leon probably has some of the worst handguns.
Yeah.
See what else? Pierce has the best sniper rifle. Chris had a grenade launcher, but he has no magnum. But he's the only one with a grenade launcher, I think. No, I think what's his name? Jake has one. So like there's so much jumble up mess there. Like there's no they try to make everybody unique though, but there's lack of how can I put it though? The uniqueness of the loadouts is kind of more of a detriment than how it helps. Because since you get customized, you can give someone else a much better weapon than what they have as a preset.
Yeah, I think they tried to offset that with skills, and we're gonna talk about that for the next question. But because there's certain skills, there's like, oh boy, I don't know about using that, but I did like things like Handgun Master, where it's like it gives you a little bit more, just a little bit. You can upgrade that and sort of do things with Leon, like the whole akimbo style guns. I appreciated that. But there is that sort of variety where it's like, where is it for certain characters, or why can't Chris do this, or why can't Leon do this, etc. I understand they tried to do it to make the gameplay a little bit more varied for that character, but ultimately in the end, you will ask for a little bit more variety from it. So I do get that part. But for a situational thing, you do have a gun to sort of deal with everything mostly in the game.
If I look at it from a slightly more I'll say colorful, slight bit of a warm recollection perspective. When I think it was Brendel just a second ago said that Chris and Leon and Helena in some aspects have some of the weaker parts of the loadout. Perhaps maybe in a different time and place, or somebody up in Capcom's office was reflecting on the time in Resident Evil 2 when Leon's weapon loadout was basically aim at zombie, press delete button, and was like, nah, that needs turning down a bit. Perhaps, maybe. Just a little mini segue for fun.
Unless anyone has anything to add.
For the skills?
No, for
I don't even remember the skills.
The weapons and the sort of combat.
When was their skills? I don't even remember skills.
Skills is the thing in the game. I guess we could segue because why not?
Might as well.
Yeah, because skills is a thing in the game where it's like you put it on your character to upgrade certain things. So, for example, for Leon, if I wanted to do more damage to zombies, I'll put on something like Zombie Master, and then the damage will increase each time you hit a zombie. They show it at the end of each chapter too, where like once you upgrade your points, you can get more skills and put on your character. You can only have like 3 per character, so you have to use it wisely.
Per loadout, actually.
Yes,
Loadouts.
Yeah, and you can switch between during a chapter.
Yeah, 3 per loadout. But still, it's like one of those things where it's like it's just there, and it gives you some incentive to upgrade your character. However, that being said, you still can't individually put like stuff on your guns. And then there's skills. There's skills in this game that is weird. Like I don't know how you put this. I would only reference this as something where it was in Uncharted 2, where you could put on negative perks and the AI will not help you, or you could put on negative things where it's like, yeah, if you want to go through this lone wolf without any assistance, you could do that. So they have masochist perks, and they have perks where it's like it's actually beneficial.
There was a lone wolf skill?
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Where
How did that
What
work
was Lone Wolf do?
if you put
How did
Keeps your partner from helping you.
yeah, they won't do any QTEs if you're around enemies, if you get grabbed, and they'll just let you get eaten pretty much.
Yep.
What's
so
the
it's like
point
they're
of
not
it
there.
then?
Masochist mode.
There is another skill that if you're down, you do more damage or whatever. So I guess I remember correctly.
Yeah,
there is a method to certain that particular skill though, but honestly, it's not worth it because kind of defeats the purpose of it. To be told.
Down but not
there's
dead.
one called Shooting Wild that removes your targeting sight but increases your firing power.
Nice.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Man,
Then
just
there's Last
signal on
Shot.
TV.
Then there's last shot, which greatly increases the strength of your final remaining shot in your clip.
That's good as well. Imagine that on the Magnum.
Oh Jesus! Oh,
Yeah.
I just remembered something hilarious from another Resident Evil game. Oh,
Indulge. What
All
did
of
you
Dead Aim?
uncover?
no.
Hey,
In-
leave that aim alone. Ooh.
In Revelations 2, in raid mode, you can get this part that you can equip on your gun called Full Burst, which basically shoots out the whole clip all at once.
Nice.
The burst shit. God, it's so broken on magnums and snipers. It's certainly broken.
But back to
Which game had that skill?
Revelations 2.
Revelations 1 and 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a 1, but 2 was
Yeah, it's a 1.
Okay.
I sadly never got all that creative when it came to the skills. Also, minor segue, very, very small one. Huge Dead Aim fanboy, will die on this hill, be nice to Dead Aim. Moving on. Yeah,
Dead Aim sucks!
Ooh, I'm getting the boxing gloves on. Getting the boxing gloves on. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I sadly never got too creative with the skills as far as it goes. I might, in light of parts of this discussion, have to at least go back, because I always went on to the generic options of stick a defense buff on, stick a zombie or Juavo killer on, and stick an aim increaser on, and just be done with it.
I always went for firearm. I'm trying to think. I also went for the I think item drop increase. And then field medic level 2.
That's a good choice. Field medic is pretty solid, actually. If you want to, that improves your healing capabilities, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another very, very solid one. Especially, I'd say that's borderline essential if you're doing it on a single player run and you're not having a friend back you up, because between having the less competent AI and some of the design flaws that are kind of aggravated by virtue of the game being more lean towards a shared player experience with like 2 people. Say, for example, ammo been all over the place and sometimes the enemy's been a bit jank and cheap. Having field medic there and the capacity for greater healing, I would say is actually very essential for a single player going through.
I was actually collecting a lot of the infinite ammo ones recently.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, having those and then being able to quickly switch your skill set that you're using just really helps if you like need a certain weapon for a certain thing.
I will definitely have to, like, the more we go into this, the more I see that I kind of just dismissed it as a one and done, definitely to my detriment now in terms of the sheer volume of them that are available, and just, go back at least for the last few parts of our stream session of it to really give a few more a try. So yeah, this has actually been quite insightful. Yeah, that's me as far as skills go. So yeah.
All right, so we're on the final 2 questions. Final 2.
Oh wow!
Which is
the final 2. It's been almost 4 hours.
4 hours, 20
it's
minutes.
Like 3 in the morning. Jeez.
We've diverged.
God
In
damn.
the morning?
Where
are you guys?
Can we make this quick? Because we're always on the clock here.
Yeah.
Morning over here.
We are over the clock, but I'll make the answers fast. So, let's see. Did you play Mercenaries, Predator Mode, Survivors, Onslaught, all that extra stuff that came out with the what was it? I think it was an update originally, and then it was DLC, and then they included
their DLC, the multiplayer stuff, and then No Hope difficulty was free.
Yeah, it was free.
I remember that. And they included some quality of life changes like FOV and stuff like that.
the quality of life was completely fine in my opinion. Mercenaries was, I'm gonna
Definitely played Mercenaries.
I'm gonna go out on the
As I
record and
said.
say the best Mercenaries of RE in my opinion. It's fun.
Yeah.
Second best. I still
It's
prefer
solid.
I
the
agree.
character.
It's probably one of the best. It's probably the best in the series by far, since it kind of captures that whole arcade feel.
I'm
Also
also
has
I
best
liked
music.
it, but I liked the more video game feel to 5, the more like mini game feel to. I mean, I liked 6's Mercs. Like I said, it was like Mercs 2.0. It like introduced new stuff and took away other stuff. But I think personally 5 is still my favorite because of like the little things in the system you can abuse by like instantly reloading by opening up your menu and manually reloading while you're like in a melee animation. That's not in 6, or like I mentioned about
because of how they changed reloading.
Right. Or like I mentioned about standing next to something like a ladder or a ledge where you have the option to jump or climb. This way you can get out of like getting hit by something when an enemy approaches you, which isn't in 6 because if you're by a ledge or you're by a ladder, you're gonna like stick to it and climb it.
Yeah, but I think
So
just
those little things was why I preferred 5, but I still played a lot of 6's Mercenaries because it was just like a different Mercenaries. It was fun.
It's okay. Here's the
Still
thing:
a lot of fun.
The melee is just so interesting, and that's the incentive of 6 that is kind of addicting when you get into it. Plus, there are things in 5 that they should have done that they didn't. Like I think No Mercy's Mercenaries, where you fight all the enemies together, was only like single player. And
yeah, that's the unfortunate part. Okay, but that's going into the PS4 side of things, the update. So if you're talking about the most current version of the versions, then yeah, you're correct about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. It's like for 6, when you had that, you could just sort of jump in with a friend and just play that in co-op, and that was also crazy, fighting like 300 enemies at the same time. Survivors, I would say it sucks, because this Resident Evil PvP and you have stun locking, then you have onslaught, which was all right. You could send the enemies to the other side of the player's screen, and it was like a mini game of okay, who's gonna die first. That was a nice way to do PvP without it being lame like Survivors. And then Siege sucks. That is basically protecting the VIP while the other enemies will try to kill the VIP, and it's just really bad. The AI does not listen to you sometimes, so if he gets like stuck in a standstill, he's pretty much dead. And that was my experience on all the modes for RE.
Yeah, I felt like the multiplayer modes, aside from Mercenaries, are kind of half-baked. But like after you play them once, you really don't want to play them that much again.
Nope.
Yeah, I can admit it's very quick. I never really touched them. Mercenaries is solid as ever, and I played it a bit when I originally went through it, like when I was younger. But you know, never played any of these additional modes. I'll give Mercenaries a replay probably once my stream sessions are done with it. But nah, never been one for any of Resident Evil's online modes, reverse, any of the stuff that's, you know, like going on it. I'm there for the single player experience, but that's personal preference. Anyway, yeah, that's me, you know, keeping it quick.
That's how I've been recently, because they've never been able to recapture the what made Mercenaries so great for me.
I absolutely loved Mercenaries No Mercy and Resi 6. Absolute freaking gore fest.
Yeah, it can be very chaotic though.
Oh, it really helped me get some high scores though.
Yeah, to keep it simple, Marks really good. Everything else sucks. There you go.
Yep.
You can like onslaught mode?
Nah.
Also, you
it's
get
better. It's like the best. Hold on, it's the best multiplayer mode, but I still don't like it. Doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, damn. I don't know if I mentioned Predator, but that's the one with the Ustanot, right? Yeah, that mode was cool. I like that, where all the players have to sort of kill him. and yeah, they could get captured or killed by him. I thought that was fine for what it was.
Yeah, Houston that mode.
Yeah.
Fun.
Never played it.
Wait, did you guys try the agent hunt mode?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, where
Okay, well.
you could kill the player in the campaign. That was pretty cool for what it was. I guess we can move on to the final one, which is the final verdict and score for RE6. I'm just gonna go really quickly. I think this game, I don't know if I could put a score on this. I just would recommend it if you are a hardcore fan of the series. I would not suggest like just skipping it because of all the details that they have advancing past RE5. However, that being said, there is some jank to it. It is the most content-rich package going forward with Resident Evil. That is no lie from Capcom. I think they were telling the truth there. At the same time, it is a matter of quantity over quality, and you start to feel it when you start to get the Jake's campaign, assuming you do it in order. It's a lot of fun to be had. I think that people rib on this game a lot, and reasonably so in spots, because there is a lot of Michael Bay explosions and quick time events. That is there. At the same time, it is a guilty pleasure, and I would recommend picking it up in terms of content features, but you will get burnt out on that campaign sooner or later.
Yeah. I'd give it like a 7. I think it's really fun, even if it's very rough. And it is kind of bloated, and like Rent said, they did go more quantity over quality, but it's still very fun to play. I think a 7 is pretty fair, nothing higher or lower.
Actually, I want to go next. Just keep it brief though. I definitely have a better opinion of the game now compared to yesteryear. But overall, though, it's not a game that I will pick up and play casually. I'd rather play with a friend. So I do agree with Renda. I suggest you play it. If you're a fan of the series, play it, try it out yourself, get your own opinion on it. But overall, though, this game's a miss. But I'll play it with someone else. So I'm not gonna give a score honestly, because it's hard to gauge this game in particular with a score.
Yeah.
I could go next. I'll probably, if I had to give it a number, I'd probably give it a 6. So yeah, yeah, like that's what's in my mind. That's all I can really say about it. I would recommend it for certain people, but like you said, hardcore fans, if you're trying to get the full story of Resident Evil, go for it. But other than that, nah.
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to say that Resident Evil 6 is a game.
That's it. Period.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
No, it's actually like pretty fun with what it is, and like with a friend, you can have an absolute blast in this game. I mean, I've played it with quite a few different people. We've had a lot of fun. I now have no one else to play. I now have no one to play it with because the main person I was playing it, like Resident Evil games with recently, we had a bit of a falling out. So, but yeah, this game's great. I actually I did a tier list for Resident Evil games a while ago, and I think I put this in like A or B because I absolutely love it. I've had a blast playing it. Mercenaries is great, and the story does have some to it, but still a really great game.
I take it I'm going to be last here then.
I haven't gone yet, but I'll go last if you, unless you want to go last.
I'm happy to go last. That, and I can't. I'm trying to type one-handed. So go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. I mean, like I'd mentioned earlier, it was the first, the first like new, or actually the second new Resident Evil. After I played 5 and like went through all the games and then played 5, and it was the first for me that I was expecting to be like, what's the new arc? It didn't really follow up on that, but that's not a fault of 6. That's just a fault of the future games and how they were written. For being like, it was kind of like the dessert after the main course of 5, where like we just finally concluded everything with Umbrella, and now it's like now all the toys get to play with each other, and it's like, oh, now Chris, like, how can they top 5? Oh, now Chris and Leon get to meet. So for me, it was like pretty good. It definitely had its flaws and its faults, but I still played like the crap out of it. I don't know if I can give it a number. If I did, it would be on the higher end. Probably not a 10, but probably not less than a 7. So probably for me somewhere in there. It wasn't perfect, so I don't think it's a 10. But I just had so much fun with it, so probably either a 7 or 8 or a 9 pushing it. And then Wesker would have to say that it's a 0 because there's no Wesker in it. Ah, my son had to be in it and not me. It's a 0.
I told you that's great.
That's still impressive. It is still very impressive.
Thank you.
Now, there's a reason I went last. And if anybody in this chat knows, oh god, indeed, yeah. If anybody in this chat knows how vocal a critic I have been of this game, it is probably Ren by way of some of my discussions in the Discord and some of my tweets. I have been a vocal critic of this game for many, many years. In fact, I'm going to give preface here of just how vocal a critic I've been. Like, I did a tier list of all the Resident Evil games I'd played on my channel a while back, like last year time. Yeah, Resident Evil 6 was at the very bottom. So, however, and this is where the however comes in and why I wanted to go last, was because of some advice from the folks on the Discord. I picked up and continued my playthrough because I was going to give it up. This has context to my score, by the way. Don't worry. I was gonna give up on it completely. I was like, yeah, would it be a sin? I even remember putting in the Discord to take this disc out of my drive and frisbee it out the window. It's driving me absolutely mad. Yeah, like Ren literally knows how hostile I have been towards this game.
Mm-hmm.
And he came out and he was like, dude, no. It takes some advice from me, and a couple of other people supported him on this as well. Give it another shot. Maybe play it with a friend. It will improve some of the issues you're having and make it a better experience. So that's exactly what I've done. Got one of my mods on board, as I've been saying, and in the process of replaying it. And I'm gonna actually say now that by doing it that way, it has improved my opinion somewhat. Like, it's okay. I'm never gonna play it casually. It's not one of those things I'm gonna come back to play casually. But it's all right. It's okay to play with a friend. If I was to give it a numbered score, it's pretty much gone from unrateable because I was so critical of some of its design choices and the direction of the plot to kind of middle of the road. Give it a 5, give it a meh. And it's definitely going up on my tier list as well from rock bottom to, dude, I'm going to own up to my mistake here. I was too harsh. Putting it below things like Operation Raccoon City, some of the spin-offs, and that kind of thing. I done made a fuck up. And any of the channel people that watch these podcasts as well are hearing it now from me live. I have made a fuck up, and I'm willing to walk it back. It's because I have gotten flack for this opinion. It's okay. I'm fine with it. It's going to be mediocre at best. There's a lot wrong with it. But if you play it with a friend, as was recommended to me, it is indeed a reasonable experience, and it's middle of the road at best. So yeah, there we go.
It can't be worse than Umbrella Corps. That's like no way. Ooh, that's another one for
like
another
Umbrella Corps is like bottom of the barrel, and then slightly above it is Operation Raccoon City.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I haven't played Umbrella Corps, and I was like, I should try this because apparently it's canon.
No, don't. I've had people. I've had all the shitlords in my chat like Silver When's Operation Raccoon City coming, and I'm just like, probably gonna take sandpaper to my nutsack before that.
Hey, look, if you need a partner for that game,
Sounds like
hit me up.
fun.
I platinum the game, man. I know the pain. Struggle. Oh my god, the struggle.
I don't know why you would put yourself through that though, Brando.
Oh Lord, man, I was technically paid to do it, so hey, I got a free game out of it.
Well,
Fair enough.
the sandpaper to the nutsack. Outside of that, we can do these outros.
I don't know about that, but
Laughing sandy cheeks, man. That's all it is. All right, let's go.
So
Oh, God.
I will outro the Brits because I know they're tired. So, Riolu, is that your name? Could you do your outro, please, sir?
I haven't really done an outro for this before, so
Let's plug like all your content and where we can find you.
you can find me on YouTube, Divine Riolu. Also twitch.tv/Divine Riolu. I have not streamed there currently. I've been meaning to. You can also find me on Twitter at Divine Riolu. But really annoyed that I no longer have an Instagram.
Steal one.
So
that's a steal one, man. That's all you need to do.
Still,
no.
Okay.
My Instagram got hacked and then it got taken down.
Oh,
Damn.
you know what
Yeah.
you need to do? Hack them back.
next
Anyway,
up is
this has been a lot of fun.
oh yeah, I'm trying to get to Mr. Ginge over here. Mr. Britton, Ginge, outro yourself, good sir.
Okay, so you can find me on Twitter at blitzginge. I won't plug my YouTube because I haven't uploaded in there in over a year. But yeah, Twitter blitzginge. Again, really good time, and it was really interesting to hear everyone's opinions.
Sound like you're about to die, man. Go to sleep.
22 hours awake. Please leave me alone.
Yes, you can go to sleep now. It's okay. Silver, outro yourself, good sir.
Thanking you. I am so glad. I am so glad I had a 2-hour nap before this because I wouldn't have made it otherwise. My worries from earlier came true. It's a good job I had that nap. But yeah, okay. You guys can find me on Silver Gaming Network over on YouTube. I'm exclusively a YouTube streamer, and you can also find me over on Twitter at Silver Gaming 01. Currently doing a Resident Evil 6 co-op stream with my modern friend Mr. Jonathan, and also playing through Resident Evil 4 on Professional. If you like that, going to be a good time, please join us. We're happy to have new people. Thanks, guys.
Just subscribe to you, mate.
Next up
Thank you very much.
Next up is Drew Morrow.
Hey, well, I have a few different names on social media. My YouTube, I think it's Diamond Death, DIAMONDDEATH. But then I use Drew Maru like almost everywhere else. Usually there's Drew Maru and underscore comics. I have been uploading little shorts on my YouTube. And I started a new series, and I have a video editor now where I'm just talking about timelines and games. And Resident Evil is one of the ones I want to tackle. And as far as this podcast, this is my first, and it was a lot of fun. And I'm glad I was able to join it, although it ran a lot longer than I thought it was gonna run.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thankfully, I'm not in Britain though, but so it's not even midnight yet. But you know.
Oh, I envy you.
Oh, reference. There is light coming. There is sunlight. I am seeing the sun rising outside.
Why did you do that? Now I looked at the
crap,
curve.
yeah, I can see it.
Sun is rising.
Oh no.
Oh,
sorry, guys.
Why?
Next up is Abzara.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitch most of the time, streaming. If you just search Samzara there, you could find me. You search Samzara on any of the socials, you could find me. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. You could find me. Stream a lot of, right now I'm doing a lot of like Soulsborne stuff, but I love Resident Evil and horror games. So that's kind of where I land, but I do all kinds of stuff. I play all sorts of stuff. But yeah, if you want to check out my content, that's where to find it.
Drillbit?
Yeah, you can find me Drillbit777 at Twitter. That's really where I'm only active at. This went on a lot longer than I thought, but that's fine.
Brandon.
Yes, the late bloomer, unfortunately. So you can catch me, of course, here at FM Syndicate, but you catch me on Twitter at Immortal Brundle, Twitch at Sarah Brundle, and everywhere else is none of your damn business. Don't ask.
All right, and you can find me on YouTube at Renegade Operative. You can find me on Twitch at Renegade_Operative, and you can find me on Twitter at RentOperative_. I just uploaded.
OnlyFans.
Yeah, and OnlyFans is Rent Operative, you know. But outside of jokes, you know, I just uploaded some videos on the Code Veronica sort of remake and how people are clamoring over that and wanting that.
This one?
Yeah, I was just sort of making like an opinion piece on why Capcom chose RE4 over it. And I also uploaded my DMC tier list, so you can check that out. This podcast will probably be up later in the week because I also got to focus on Street Fighter tomorrow with the other fellas. I'm just gonna be recording them, but yeah,
all right. I'll make sure to go to Ren's channel and dislike them.
Oh yeah, you you know, that's just free engagement. I'll take that.
Report spam.
Report spam. But we're gonna sign off because currently we have people in the EU that are facing sunlight like vampires. So this was a fun podcast, and hopefully you guys join us for the next one.
Yeah,
and
later.
Remember, guys, Wesker nutted and then he left.
Wesker nutted. I nutted and then I left.